Okay, it's about 10 a.m. on Tuesday, the 7th of February. We have this is the Board of County Commissioners work session. We have an airport presentation, and we have a number of people here, and we're going to begin our presentation. Is Jim Elwood lead? Well,
yeah. Let us go get Jim first.
Jim Elwood, our airport manager, likes to start the presentation, so he went around the corner for a minute. So we'll just wait until he comes back. Help us with that.
We were having some battery issues with the remote, and I think Jim may have gone upstairs.
Oh.
There we go.
We're live, Jim.
So, Jim, I was just telling our audience that you're the airport manager and that you're here to give us a presentation on the airport master plan. So I'll give it up to you, and if you'll make the introductions, that would be great.
Fantastic. Thank you, Chair. Once again, Jim Elwood, I'm the airport director. We're here this morning with several distinguished colleagues to talk through the airport master plan, specifically the general aviation component and the area away from the terminal building. The terminal building discussion, because of kind of time and questions and complexity, we've elected to schedule that for a week from today with all of you again in the work session. So I'll do the introductions. Dan Raymer is with Captain Kirsch and Rockwell. He's been advising us on minimum standards and airport policy as it looks at it from the FAA and others. So he's here to offer guidance and thought process relative to our master plan and specifically grant assurances that we have with the FAA as well as our minimum standards. A little further over, next to Dan, is Mark McFarland. Mark is the lead on the airport master plan component related to the rest of the airport away from the terminal building. Mark McFarland is with Bernard Dunkelberg, and they've done master plans for us in the past. I know you've seen his face along the way. Today, we're going to go through a slide presentation. But I think it's important first to kind of draw back to the early days of our master plan process and how we got to today. We started a year ago, January, with public outreach through what we call charrettes. They were really brainstorming sessions relative to the community. And we got quite a few folks from across the community who got involved in airport planning. We kind of shared a little baseline information relative to how airports function, and then we sat them loose at tables, and we took the feedback from those original brainstorming, and you'll see those concepts in today's presentation. We then had several advisory committee meetings that were set up specifically for the master plan, another cross-section of both the community and other interested parties, 46 people on that group, and we had meetings to discuss the information we had gathered, and we've also had open houses along the way. The last open house was extremely well attended, and it's curious because we ended up those large markup sheets that are sticky backs, 50 pages of feedback. Impressive amount of comments from the community directly into our process. That all happened the last time we were together was November, and since that time, the professionals have been taking those ideas, refining them, polishing them, and bringing them back to you today. And what our goal is to hear direction, feedback, and if you have concepts that you especially like or some that can fall off, they'll fall off. So we're going to cover quite a bit of material today, but we've left a considerable amount of time for questions so that each of you can ask whatever might be on your mind. The other thing is that I think we're scheduled for some breaks along the way, so Chair, I'll leave that to your discretion. And with that, I'll turn it over to the team.
Thanks, Jim. I'm Mark McFarland with Bernard Engelberg Company. Nice to be with you again. What you'll hear from us today is going to be a little bit different than in the past. We really want to, as these bullet points say, we want to review the key community input that we received, and not only that, but tell you then how we dealt with those key community inputs. And the goal is for us to provide you with a lot of information so that at the end of the day, you'll be able to provide us with some direction as to how we should move forward with the concepts that we're going to be discussing today. So we are going to review those refined alternatives up as indicated in the third bullet point up here. As was indicated, Dan's going to talk to you a little bit about regulatory considerations, particularly with regard to fixed-base operators. And then we, from our perspective, the professional consultants are going to give you some ideas of what we think is key things that you may want to move forward with as far as these overall general aviation comprehensive alternatives. And we do, in the past, the alternatives we've shown you have been kind of mix and match. You take one, plug it into another. And there are a few of those features this time, but primarily these are three distinctive alternatives that offer you some choices about how you think the airport should be improved in the future. So, then lots of time for comments and discussion. We know from dealing with the group before that there will be that comments and discussion. And finally, talk about what's next. So, we not only want to update you on the progress for the master plan, we want to provide you with these information on these three comprehensive general aviation alternatives and better understanding the regulatory environment. We want you to make sure that happens, and understanding of next steps. And again, from our perspective, we'd like for you to help us give us some direction, perhaps narrow the alternatives. Again, that's up to you, but we'll be providing you with information that we think is important to move forward. Planning process, you've seen this slide before, but it is important to realize that it has been a process. We started out with these first three green boxes up here, which is really all the background information, inventory, facility requirements, these community brainstorming sessions that we've described as charrettes, the preliminary alternatives that you've seen, and now we're moving into the brownish boxes, alternative analysis, and final alternatives. Rest assured that you'll start to get some information about financial information today, but that process is just starting. So it's premature to do the whole financial plan, but that really is, there will be a complete financial plan as we work our way through the end of this, which is a formal adoption by this group. And all throughout the bottom box here, public input has been ongoing. Jim covered these points very well, so I'm not going to recover these. But we had our fifth study committee meeting on November the 7th. At that time, we met with you and with the city council, and you provided feedback, and we've taken all of that and moved it forward in the planning process. It is important to also point out that not only have we done a very comprehensive public involvement process, but that process continues to evolve. We are just now updating the display boards that are at the terminal that talk about the master plan and seek input from that. Jim is starting on a large number of small group meetings where he goes out and makes sure that folks in the community associated with neighborhoods and others have the opportunity to hear what's going on with the master plan and give their feedback. So, and we continue to improve the website where it's a better tool for getting community input, giving out information about the master plan and receiving that. So this is not, the community input process is not stagnant. So, again, the main theme for this morning's meeting is to review the refined alternatives. So just a recap of some of the important things that improvements that we might want to look at with the improvement options for the airport. Number one, we know that the passenger terminal facility that you'll hear more about next week, that's if there is the most critical facility on the airport, it is the passenger terminal. So we in these alternatives for the general aviation side of the airport, if you will, we've reserved room for that envelope and reserved enough room that those facilities can go in there. As far as general aviation, when we went into this, we looked at forecasts, and those forecasts turned into facility requirements, and those indicated that, if possible, we'd like to get some additional room for aircraft parking. We're going to talk about that quite a bit this morning. There's a need for small aircraft storage units and a need for conventional hangars for aircraft storage. So, do we have to accomplish all these things in the master plan? No, we don't. But these are numbers that we can look to give us some guidance in how to put together these alternatives and ultimately the plan. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, just a small question. The small aircraft storage hangars doesn't have a square footage with it, whereas the other two do.
Right.
Do you have any approximate idea how much square footage that would be?
How many storage facilities do you have out there now? The patio hangars?
48.
Yeah, so it would be a quarter of what's out there now in the patio hangars. So it would be quarter again as much as already there.
Okay, I'd love to try to get a number when you have a chance.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
I'd like to get a handle on how those numbers were arrived at.
Okay.
193,000, 124,000.
Okay. There were projections made about the type of activity that will occur at the airport in the future and occurs there now. And those projections were then turned into square footages, and that's how those numbers were arrived at, based on the forecast of activity and current need now.
So forecasts of general aviation visits, use, is that what we're talking about?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
So, a couple of important things. You've seen this illustration before, but we've simplified it to really show just the really critical aspects that we all need to kind of wrap our minds around as we move through this. So it's really a land use analysis for the airport. So this is Highway 82, existing terminal building, the runway, the taxiway. So. And north is to the left on this drawing. So down valley is to the left. So what the colors indicate are the bluish colors are those that are used for the passenger terminal and passenger terminal support facilities. The yellowish colors are used for general aviation and just kind of airport support facilities. And so this is the existing airport operations center on the west side of the airport. And a couple of important takeaways from this. One is that it's a very long, narrow side on both sides of the airport. That depth is really important. So the passenger terminal facilities should be exactly where they are, in the deepest part of the site, and that's where they're going to remain. Just gives you more room to work with. It's a complex facility. And another interesting thing is this area right here is the deepest part of the general aviation use area. You're going to see a photograph in a minute that indicates how, because of its depth, That's the most important area to use for aircraft parking. Something else that we've talked about a little bit before that we'll continue to talk about in the terminal alternatives is that this area, this intersection between general aviation and the passenger terminal envelope there's a possibility as the terminal alternatives are looked at that there may be a little bit of room gained in this area that could be used for general aviation parking. Again, that's something that will be looked at in the terminal. So if that area is gained, we're going to show you how critical that is that could be used for general aviation aircraft parking. And the other thing to note is the facilities the site's pretty well used up. There's a little bit of area on the south end that we might use for potential facilities for passenger terminal. There's a little bit on the north end that could be used for general aviation facilities. And then, as we've discussed and has been identified in previous planning efforts, there is an area on the west side that might be used for general aviation facilities. So that just kind of sets the framework for our discussion today. So what we took from those 50 pages of notes that Jim described is we really defined some what we think are key community inputs that really will allow us to take some important things into consideration in the formulation of these alternatives. So one of the things we heard is that the status quo alternative that we showed you the last time, several people said, well, is that good planning? Because we know that there's some improvements at the airport that's going to be made. So we took that into consideration by putting together a status quo plus alternative. Some of the things that we know, improvements that we know are going to need to happen, what are those, and without getting too elaborate with other recommendations. So we called it status quo plus. We heard a lot of recognition of the need for additional aircraft parking and potential needs for hangar facilities. So we recognize that. We're going to talk quite a bit about aircraft parking in this morning. We also heard a lot from based aircraft pilots, and they attended the meetings well and certainly made it be known that their needs are important also, and we shouldn't ignore those as we move forward with these alternatives. And so we did hear that. There was concern about more structures along Highway 82. Yes.
I was going to ask, what are the, you said, recognized needs of local base pilot aircraft? What are the needs?
Well, they
I'm not just saying we've got needs.
Right. And they utilize their hangar facilities well. They've got based aircraft parking that needs to be maintained. There was some recognition of the fact that as we plan for them, we keep moving them further to the north. And there was concern that, gosh, we need to have facilities that are close to the entryways and those kind of things also. So it really is that those type of things, that they continue to need facilities in the proper locations at the airport. There's concern about additional structures adjacent to Highway 82. We heard that, and really those are pretty much minimized. Additional structures that are right adjacent to, in the alternatives, right adjacent to Highway 82. There was concern about the financial feasibility for West Side improvements. We are starting to put together financial information. We're going to give you a feeling for the preliminary stuff this morning, and as we work our way through this, then there will be a detailed financial analysis that will follow on in coming weeks and months. And if there is West Side improvements, that there needs to be services available for those hangars or aircraft parking apron, those uses over there, that there should be FBO services, and if there's FBO services, then there needs to be fuel storage on the west side also. So we heard that. Yes, sir.
Maybe you'll address this later on, but when we just talked about the more structures adjacent to Highway 82 as a concern, and you said they will be minimized, or was that the citizens' comments, they should be minimized, or your comments, they will be minimized, and if so, will we see that later?
Yes, you will. And the comment really was, there's been a lot of effort to make the airport and the views across the airport from the highway be compatible with its surroundings. And on one of the preliminary alternatives, you might remember that we had a row of hangars that helped us satisfy the need for hangars, but it did block views and was aesthetically not pleasing to people. And so the comment was, gosh, do we really want to even think about having a row of hangars adjacent to Highway 82? So, and then there was...
Excuse me. As far as the hangars, we're saying, and we saw 10 proposed, are all of them leased right now, Jim?
Yes.
And as far as structures adjacent to Highway 82, in this presentation, maybe when you get to your scenarios A through C, please explain how we could minimize structures.
Okay. And there was a concern for the size of the west side hangars, and we did have hangars that were probably overly large on the preliminary alternatives. So on that, where you see west side improvements, those hangars are now sized to fit those facility requirements that we indicated on the previous slide. So we tried to make sure that everything was correctly sized. So, again, just a couple of things to keep in mind as we work our way through this. The master plan really it reserves space for potentially needed facilities, and as you can imagine, that's very critical at airports with the limited land that Aspen-Pitkin County Airport has to. And with that, then it becomes a guidance document for this group to use in strategic decision making in the future. So whatever comes out of this, does it have to be built? Is it going to be built? Well, the improvements are only built by the county and others if the need exists, if they're financially practical, which this group certainly gets to participate in those decisions, if they meet the standards, and if they're environmentally appropriate. So I think it's important, we think it's important in master planning for an airport to reserve those spaces for potentially needed facilities. But that's not a decision that those facilities are going to be built. So that's in essence, that's what the master plan is all about. So now we'll change the perspective a little bit and come at this from the planner's point of view. Number one, just as a matter of fact, this master plan is focused on the landside facilities at the airport. The runway system with the recently completed runway extension is in place. So that allows us to not really say, okay, well, we need to be looking at these additional runway facilities. We can focus on the land side, passenger terminal, general aviation facilities that are outside the runway system and the protected envelope that's around it. So, what were the community concerns that we heard that we think are important to carry forward in the alternatives? Number one is we need to right size the facilities that are looked at in these alternatives for a demonstrated need. In other words, let's not look at things that are might be considered overbuilding. We heard that very, very clearly. Both the public and this group is very interested in customer service. Customer service for the commercial passengers, customer service for the general aviation operators that fly in and out of the airport. And also consequences. Heard that from the public, that are we, if we build additional labor, if we build additional hangars, what happens with that in relation to additional activity at the airport. Obviously, we can't put perfect numbers with those, but we were asked to look at that, and we certainly will provide some information about what we know about that this morning. Sponsors' concerns that we heard is environmental compatibility and sustainability are certainly in the forefront in this planning effort. Continued financial self-sufficiency, that's critical for the airport. Again, customer service was critical, and again, consequences. We need to make sure that we try to get as good a handle on that as possible. So there's a couple of these that we're going to spend more time on. The right sizing and the consequences we think are important to talk about some this morning. And from our perspective, again, the primary master planning goal is programming for safe and operationally efficient facilities. And those are kind of cool words, but we probably need to delve into those just a little bit. And we will do that from this right sizing and consequences discussion. So the right sizing really is programming for safe and operational facility in consideration of the airport's land area, airspace limitations, existing physical and environmental constraints, community sensitivities, positive customer experience. And take that one step further, the operational efficient facility is an airport plan to eliminate or minimize operational breakdowns. And certainly need to explain that a little further. And I'm going to give you a couple examples that will hopefully make that understandable. Yes.
As far as aircraft parking, and we're talking about operational, I mean, my impression is we could just build parking, unending parking. So there's a line to be drawn somewhere in the sand, I guess, based on all the different issues, but literally the demand I see can't really drive that issue, because we could create parking on both sides of the airport just for the existing need, so people wouldn't go to Rifle.
I think that's a really good point, and I think as we work our way through this discussion that you're right. You just can't say, well, there's demand, so let's satisfy it. But there are some, when you get into this operational efficient and operational breakdown issues, then I think we can talk about, put a little different perspective on that. So I'm going to give you a couple examples. One is a fuel storage area, and one is aircraft parking. So this aerial photograph shows a lot of the general aviation support area. So this is the existing FBO terminal, general aviation terminal. This is Highway 82. This is the on-airport road that goes between the terminal and the passenger, the GA terminal and the passenger terminal, which is down here. This is the air traffic control tower. So hopefully there's enough information here so you can orient yourself. So one of the things that came out in the very beginning of looking at what improvements are likely going to be needed at the airport that we should look at in this master plan is to clean up the flight line. So the FAA has guidance as to what areas should be used for buildings and what areas should be reserved primarily for aircraft parking and aircraft taxiing and aircraft operational considerations. At this airport, that line is that recommended line, which is, there is some flexibility in it, but it falls about 500 feet away from the runway center line. And so the more facilities that we can get out of that area that's close to the runway, the more operationally efficient for aircraft parking and aircraft taxiing and those things, the area becomes. So there's three things that really stick significantly out beyond this line that is recommended. There's the air traffic control tower, and air traffic control towers often are in this area, so that's not unusual. The air traffic control tower at this airport is fixed by location. It's not moving. And there is this ground service equipment building, which is utilized by the FBO for storage of equipment that services and supports aircraft. And there is this fuel storage loading area. This is the area where aircraft or where trucks park that are taking fuel to aircraft on the airport. That protrudes significantly out into this area that we'd like to clean up. So, we can relocate this building. It's actually been on the plans for some time to relocate that building. We can likely move it over here to the outside of that line, that ground storage equipment building. And we can either relocate this truck loading area to possibly on this side of this fuel storage area, or the entire fuel storage area may be relocated to another location. And it can operate more efficiently than it does now, but we're not sure that's so there's a couple of options about what we can do with the fuel storage area. So the point is that these things are critical to the operation of the airport, but it's going to make the airside, the taxiing and aircraft parking areas, which are or should be in this area, operate more efficiently if we can relocate those facilities outside of that line. So this is the aircraft parking issue. So this is a relatively busy day in September of this year. And so again, this is the south end or the north end of the passenger terminal building, Highway 82, on Airport Roadway, General Aviation Terminal here. So, and this is the 100-foot setback from Highway 82 that has been respected at the airport, that not to build any buildings within that setback area. So, a couple things to point out here. One is that you can see that aircraft parking is very elaborately staged, and so Atlantic Aviation, when they have lots of aircraft on the aircraft parking area, they know, for instance, that this aircraft is not going to be departing anytime soon, and so they basically, to make the best use of the apron, they say, we know this guy's going to leave before, so they stage the aircraft on the parking areas to take advantage of that. But you also notice that there needs to be taxi lanes left open so taxi can park in and out. And the other thing that's important about this is that this deepest portion of the apron is the part that's most easily utilized. As it goes down this way, it gets narrower and narrower, and you can't park as many aircraft on a narrow space as you can on a space that's deeper from the runway. So what happens on a really busy day, you've got commercial service aircraft that are trying to leave on schedule. You've got these aircraft that have scheduled times to depart. We've got aircraft coming in. We've got there, as you know, a complex airspace situation with a one-way in, one-way out airport, and that, although the FAA and airport staff works with that all the time to try to make it work as well as it can, there's limitations on the airspace, the way it functions around the airport. So there is a combination of factors that lead to congestion and delays and those things. And the aircraft parking apron is one of those things. So Atlantic Aviation there's only so many aircraft they can park here, and that's fine. But what happens is they're scheduled to leave, and although there might be room to park additional aircraft, you can't park in those aircraft. So at that time, they're working with the tower. The tower is scheduling incoming aircraft. They're talking to the FBO, and so what happens? Like on January 2nd, the aircraft parking apron got almost full. You had trouble getting aircraft in, getting aircraft out for a variety of reasons, including airspace concerns. That not only makes the general aviation aircraft operation not work efficiently, it also causes problems with the commercial service aircraft. So there's really not, this body is not in control of every aspect of what makes the airport operate efficiently and not so efficiently. Aircraft parking happens to be one that perhaps there can be some additional aircraft parking at the airport, which would help to alleviate this problem. Jack, it's never going to be perfect, but this does contribute to efficient operation of the airport.
So do we have an idea, I know there's obviously different sizes in the aircraft in terms of taking up spaces, but do we have an idea in terms of what the maximum capacity that this could hold in terms of aircraft?
Well,
what's sort of a mixture?
Yeah, what's happening is, and there's people in the room that are better qualified to answer this, but what happens is, as far as we can tell, and the information we have, nobody's is making the decision not to come to Aspen because of a crowded aircraft parking apron. They're coming, and the FBO is figuring out ways to park them. And at times there is delays and diversions because, again, a combination of factors. And what happens then? Those aircraft are sent to another airport to wait their turn to come into Aspen, or they come in via automobile or whatever to get here because their aircraft's been diverted to another airport. So I know I'm not answering your question, but I don't think there is a number that it can be.
Okay, so I'm just trying to get an idea in terms of for future needs and capacity. We know that this could handle a 50 aircraft, but there's a demand for a certain percentage of the year for 70 aircraft. Well, it would help me in terms of how much more existing parking capacity we would need.
As we get into the discussion after this, I think Fred probably might be able to talk. He can talk much better about the way it works than I can, and maybe that would be an opportunity to get there. So, a couple of things to notice here is, if through efficiency of use of the alternatives that come out of the examination about the terminal area, there is some possibility that there might be some area gained here for additional aircraft parking. If that happens, it's our recommendation that be taken advantage of. It may not happen, but the other thing is that you'll notice that the FBO terminal is kind of right in the middle of everything when it comes to making efficient use for aircraft parking. And so we are recommending, as you'll see on the alternatives, that this terminal be relocated to an area that's adjacent to the passenger terminal development envelope to take advantage of joint use parking and to create some much needed area for that can be used for aircraft parking and efficiently in a relatively deep area of the aircraft parking area.
Chad? That raises a question which maybe we'll get into later, but I need to put it on the table. Who's going to pay for that relocation?
Well, certainly that will be part of the financial analysis, but those are normally privately funded. I mean, there'll be a lease arrangement that would allow that to happen, but it's private. It would be a privately funded relocation.
Rachel?
I'm sure this is going to continue to unfold, so I'll just put it out there to answer later. But I can see the relocation. It makes sense there to me. at a logistics point, but I look at the parking that is there for the private ABO, and if that was somehow being combined, I wouldn't want to impact the short-term lot and the availability of that for people on the commercial carriers. And so I'm kind of wondering how, because that's a lot of parking spaces, and as it is now, you can get out there sometimes and there's nothing left in the short term. So, again,
Certainly that is an important consideration, is if you lose that parking there, how is that accommodated?
and how much do you gain?
Yeah. So, and that's likely to be better addressed next week than this week. So, okay. So, any other question, comments on this? Okay. So, what we've learned, and this speaks to the consequences, and we really don't have hard numbers here, and but with regard to aircraft parking, again, what we understand is that the aircraft that are, excuse me, didn't mean to put your eye up. So that aircraft, that general aviation aircraft that are coming to the Aspen-Pitkin County Airport are coming, and the FBO is figuring out a way to park them. And sometimes there is diversions under very when there is an operational breakdown, but those diversions are they're either going to another area airport and driving to Aspen, or they're going to another area airport and waiting until they can come in. So, and there is documented cases of people dropping passengers off and then departing to go to another regional airport to park while the passengers are visiting Aspen. So, in that way, you know, there could be some benefits for operational activity from providing additional aircraft parking. We don't want to put too fine point on that because we just don't know what the numbers are. But I think that we feel like the impact on operational activity is minimal or neutral from additional aircraft parking provision. And then for the question of additional indoor aircraft storage facilities, additional hangars, we know that there's interest in additional hangar space for based aircraft at the airport. We also understand that a lot of that interest is being expressed by existing local full-time residents that have aircraft that are being stored in other places. And, you know, those additional based aircraft we're taking into consideration in the forecast of aviation activity. We see very moderate growth in the amount of additional activity, and again, we feel like that the consequences, the impact of operational activity on operational activity for additional hangars is, we think it's going to be minimal or neutral, that as a contributor to additional activity at the airport.
Chad? So, in the world of, from a layman's perspective, of course, in the world of hangar space, there are hangars compatible with what we have now, and then there's huge hangars that we saw conceptually. What kind of, are we only talking about hangars similar to what we have now for local pilots? Because then the question after that is, are we also talking about potentially reserving space for hangars for large planes to park here full time? So as this evolves, we need to be answering that question, because there's maybe multiple opinions, but for me there's two.
Sure.
Yes
and
those
those are illustrated in the alternative concepts that we're just about to get to.
Yeah. You know, one question for me this is raised, and it's a hair off point, but it's maybe not too bad. Why do the commercial carriers not pursue large hangar space as well? I mean, it's just,
Yeah, traditionally, they're not hangared. I mean, if you go to Denver International Airport, they're parked overnight, but they don't utilize hangars. And that's just the way the operation works, that they've got maintenance bases that have hangars where they work on the aircraft, but just for storage, commercial service aircraft are not hangared.
thank you.
So, I'm sorry, as we messed around with our slides over here, try to get them to work correctly, in order to get it to show right, we did lighten up the slides some, so some of the words aren't reading as well as they should, and I apologize for that. But so this is the Refined Alternative Plan Concept A, and this is the one that I spoke of earlier as the Status Quo Plus. So basically it has, so again, Highway 82, this is the passenger terminal improvement envelope. This one happens to be the one that would be associated with the reuse of the existing building, reuse and renovation, reconstruction of the existing terminal building. And so just starting with that first thing that we talked about, to clean up the flight line, we are recommending that the ground service equipment building be relocated to the east, to put it on the other side of the air traffic control tower. And we're recommending that the truck loading area for the on-airport fuel trucks be relocated to the other side of the fuel storage area. So it would be out of that area that should be primarily used for aircraft parking and taxiing. We are recommending that the FBO, existing FBO terminal be relocated to the area that's adjacent to the passenger terminal building. And again, a long-term recommendation. It recognizes the value of that piece of property where it sits now. If that doesn't work out financially, area-wise for parking, then that won't be done. But we think it's important in this master plan to recognize the value of that piece of ground. And it also recognizes that there's the potential, depending on how the terminal area facilities are used and located, that there'll be a area for additional aircraft parking adjacent to the passenger terminal.
Michael, real quick.
Yes.
Has there been a space analysis done about relocating the terminal to next to the commercial terminal, and how many parking spaces would be gained and lost in net?
Yes, those numbers have been analyzed, have been put forward. Again, that's going to be a better discussion for next week as you're looking at the passenger terminal.
But why is it next week? I'm talking FBO here.
You mean how many FBO parking spaces would need to be relocated?
Aircraft spaces, what is the net gain in aircraft spaces?
Aircraft spaces.
Not automobile spaces.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, we get it by square footage. And this one, and it's actually, what was it, 193,000 square feet, I believe, that we were looking for additional. And this does not achieve that 193,000 square feet that we think would be good if we could get there. There's nothing wrong with that, but that's just, this one doesn't get there. I don't quite remember. Dan was just asking me about the number earlier this morning, but I don't have that number right in front of me. But it's something like half the space, half of that 193,000.
Yes. So back to one of Jack's questions earlier in terms of who would be paying for this, and you said that it would probably be the existing private FBO that would be paying for any of the relocation and the change in the overall plan. So I guess my question is, will we hear from them, or are they in this report somewhere that, to get a sense of where they're coming from, and are they willing to do all this, or are we just starting this discussion and we're going to bring them in terms of their goals and financial commitment?
I think that to take that question, the concept's been discussed with Atlantic, but I think it's real important to note that the county maintains a lot of influence over how these things happen, because the lease with Atlantic in the county expires in 13 years, as I recall. So there's some opportunity within this master plan window of time for the county to decide really what is in its best interest, whether that's a continued business arrangement with Atlantic, or it's rebid, or the county decides to make an investment that they believe makes better returns into the future. So the beauty of it is the county maintains control over how we go forward, and it very well could be a condition of some business arrangement yet to be thought out.
Okay, thanks.
So, a couple other things to point out on this. We do acknowledge on each of the alternatives, as I think I mentioned earlier, that there is a lot of input that we need to look at a buffer, a noise visual buffer, all of the influences that the airport has on the residential area across the highway, that we are looking at ways to buffer that, and that will be looked at no matter what alternative we move forward with. And we've shown this green area going from the length of the area is still undefined, but we did want to make sure that that is illustrated on each one. We'll be working with that more to actually design that, how it works, and where it needs to be placed, how long it needs to be. So, and finally, there is, by relocating the general aviation terminal, we do get part of this narrow portion of the site that is not as good for aircraft parking. We get an area that might be used for a future hangar for larger aircraft storage.
Make sure you have a question.
Yeah, thanks. I was just looking at the General Aviation FBO terminal relocation site, and I noticed there's actually two little squares with the color.
Yeah.
I mean, what are the...
Yeah, that's a little, you're speaking of this one?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is actually illustrating new general aviation aircraft parking area. The blue, the area that's blue doesn't have pavement on it now. It's all red striped, which means that was calculated into whether we achieve this 193,000 square feet that we were looking for. So that's all area that would be used, new area that would be used for general aviation aircraft parking. Part of it happens to be paved already.
Oh, okay, so that's not a separate little building or something there.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Michael?
Yes.
It looks like we're wrapping up on A, so question, because it will follow through in each of the other alternatives. The relocated hangar, the mechanics hangar, etc.
The equipment building.
Yeah, that's what, okay. Equipment building. Has any other site been looked at? I mean, my impression of what I'm seeing here is we're going to have a wall like a highway wall of some sort, or it could be stepped or whatever, but it's still a wall on part of this. Then we're going to take a building that doesn't exist now and put it in open space next to the highway. So my question is, has anywhere else also been talked about for that building? I mean, this community, in my time here, is very sensitive about what happens here.
Sure.
And, we want to be operationally sound, plan for the future, but I don't see people willing to sacrifice certain things in this community, without a giant battle.
Right.
So, any other location?
We have not. Frankly, we thought that was a fairly unobtrusive place to put it, but it's a good point, and
It's a building still.
Yeah.
And I think, I'm not sure we did the right thing, but I understand the need for the airport, so I even agreed to it. But it used to be a 200-foot setback, and now it's 100-foot. And now it looks like we're going to be getting fairly close to that setback line. So just evolving conversation here.
I understand, and I've got a good point, and it's noted. We also understand the concerns about this quote-unquote buffer, and we think that can be installed in a way that it is visually unobtrusive. You're not going to see the wall. I mean, the wall's going to be on the airport side. That's the way we have looked at this, and so, but you'll see more information on that, but that's certainly our goal, is that it doesn't look like a wall from the highway side. We think it will look like a landscape buffer, a landscaped area is the way we're headed with that.
Yeah, and that's why I said stepped, and I know you can do landscaping. So good, thank you.
So, no west side development in the status quo plus alternative. You'll note that we do, in each of the alternatives, we certainly respect the Owl Creek area and the areas of steep slopes and stay away from those with our proposed development, even when we do show one on the west side. So, this is Concept Plan B. And this shows 2 FBOs on the east side of the airport. So, I'll just start up at the terminal improvement envelope. This one actually shows the one that is for the relocated passenger terminal building. So, it's believed that one probably will enable the terminal development envelope to be more compact, so we do gain some additional area for aircraft parking in the area that's adjacent to that. You're going to hear more about that next week, but also, again, we're just recognizing that if that area does become available because of the configuration of the passenger terminal, we ought to look at that for parking area for aircraft. We do show the buffer again. We show the relocated FBO terminal. We identify the ability to put use some of that area for aircraft parking. We also recognize that because of its relationship to the on-airport road, that it would really be a good place for the fuel storage facilities, in that the over-highway trucks that load and unload fuel would be able to pull up adjacent to it, parallel with it, unload their fuel, and pull away without a complicated backing issue like exists today down here. It also allows for on-airport fuel trucks to pull up parallel to it, adjacent to it. So, and we feel like it could be built in a manner that would be unobtrusive although again, Jack, this is adjacent to the highway, we feel like that can be designed to be fairly unobtrusive from the highway. We also, again, we relocate the ground service equipment building, and because the fuel storage is no longer in this area anymore, it would actually be available developed for a relatively small general aviation terminal, a relatively small hangar facility. So the other thing, or the main thing that is looked at, contemplated with Plan B, is the second FBO, which would be located adjacent to, or really on top of, the existing patio hangars. And if we do this and create 2 FBOs on the east side of the airport, number one, that is something that the master plan needed to look at, is how that might work. If you're going to do it, this seems like possibly the best place to put it, in order to have some parking for aircraft parking for that new general aviation terminal. you'd need to relocate some of the patio hangars, and you'd also be relocating some of the based aircraft parking. So some of the patio hangars would be relocated to the apron area that's north of the existing patio hangars, and you'd be able to create an apron space for use by the new FBO. Let me just continue on down this way. So those would be replacement small general aviation hangars, and this would also recognize that there is some area that additional aircraft parking could be built, possibly helicopter parking on the very north end of the existing apron area. So, let's see, there may be a couple other things I need to say. George?
On the, why didn't you show the potential for helicopter parking in option A? Why is it just thrown in here on option B?
You know, we really were trying to say, what are those facilities that we think really need to contemplate? This was something, we think this is a good idea to take advantage of this space for additional apron and helicopter parking, but we're building on these alternatives. We wanted to keep alternative A as close to the status quo as we could.
Yes, Rachel.
I had a question, and it's in both, and I think in the third as well. The ground service equipment building, it's relocated further back. Is that going to make it difficult operationally to have the equipment moving to and from, and the use of that building? Is that a little too obscured from its daily use?
You know, there's a trade-off about where do you locate it. It does need to be close to the aircraft parking area that it's providing support equipment for. We think this works pretty well from that standpoint. But yeah, the further away it is from that area, the more it is operationally challenging. But this seems to work pretty well for that.
How intense is the daily use on that? And again, I just kind of don't have a sense of how pivotal a role.
I'm not sure I've got a very good.
Yeah, I suspect that someone else in the room can define that, but observations on the airport is that vehicles are coming in and out of there, a dozen times a day or whatever. So it depends on what's broken probably and what needs preventive maintenance. Is going to be somewhat cyclic, but it's not the highest activity point on the airport.
Thank you.
Jen? Would it require a policy change to plan for helicopter parking as far as how we manage? We don't allow helicopters to come in and out of here at will, right?
Actually, as a public use airport, helicopters are available to be used within the restrictions that exist at the airport today. The reason that helicopter parking has been shown, and it's not shown as a full helipad kind of concept, that FAA really defines parking versus a helipad and different components, but that we have, those helicopter operations are really not very compatible to fixed-wing operations. So just recognizing that there is some use of helicopters by folks in and out of our airport, and if we can isolate those away from the rest of the activities, you really improve safety by a significant margin, because as you can imagine, helicopters do have wash that creates dust and other debris, and they're trying to park among existing fixed-wing airplanes. It's not the best practice.
So we do have helicopters coming in here.
We have very few operations overall. Many helicopters have difficulty operating at this elevation and those kind of things, but there are folks who use it. Occasionally we'll get power line folks who are trying to check power lines, and obviously we've got some emergency evac activities that take place for life safety issues as well. So we think it makes some sense to kind of call a spot on the airport that's where they'd be.
Cindy?
Can I just ask a question about the frontage road? Does it continue as it is today? In this situation?
we looked at that as a potential player in this building this buffer area. But it's not really critical to any of the alternatives if that goes or stays. We think that this intersection right here with the way the passenger terminal is reconfigured, that's going to be kind of that's going to make that complicated, that continued road being there. And when we look at actually how this buffer area might be structured, that road could come into play, whether it lends itself to still be there and we are able to define a way to have a unobtrusive buffer area along between the highway and the general aviation aircraft parking. So we haven't said in any of the alternatives whether it goes or stays. We don't think it's critical to any of the general aviation alternatives whether it does, but there may be other things that influence that.
But to get to the general aviation, one that's further north, you'd still have some sort of a roadway coming to that structure, right? In the front?
Again, it's not a highly utilized roadway now, but it's really not. Again, we don't think it's critical being there or not being there to any of the alternatives, but certainly be looked at.
You know, from the airport perspective, but from the North 40 and other alternatives perspective,
Good point.
I've always
Yeah.
weighed in that is important.
Okay, good. Well, thank you. Yeah.
I was just going to concur that I think the impacts could be very confusing to people if there's not connection and you pull in the first one and you're at the private aviation,
Right.
you're meant to get to the commercial terminal, you
Right.
need to get back on 82, and then the queuing at the lights and
Right.
things like that, if people are not able to access it through the main traffic light now and they have to take a left against oncoming traffic without any light, that could be problematic.
Yes, and we did hear that road was important at times just because you couldn't, there are times you don't want to make a left turn out of the service center road access area.
Yeah, or a left turn in.
Yeah.
Of course, those issues are minimized if, in fact, the FBO terminal gets relocated nearer to the existing passenger terminal.
Yeah.
Question on that, I think Cindy raised a good question, because how do you service the future relocated fuel farm, as it were?
Oh, yes,
without-
that road I'm sorry, you're correct. That road has to be there with this, if the future relocated fuel farm, fuel storage area is in that place, yes. Okay, so last couple of points on this. With the additional parking here, and that's created from relocating the passenger terminal with this, we do achieve that goal of having 193,000 square feet of additional aircraft storage area. That is achieved in this alternative. But we also have a second FBO on the east side, and that FBO will not meet the minimum standards, or minimum standards would need to be revised in some way to allow two east side FBOs to exist, just because with those minimum standards there are criteria that Dan will talk about for minimal facilities that they should provide, and those can't be provided in this alternative. So let's take a little bit closer look at this area where the second FBO building might be built. Yes.
I'm a little confused. You said that if there's a second FBO on the east side, it would have to meet minimum standards, but you also said that Dan's going to follow up and explain why it won't meet minimum standards, which means it would negate having a second FBO on the east side. Did I misunderstand what you were saying?
Well, we'll talk about that, but one alternative is to change the standards in order to accommodate the second FBO. They're both in flux, and so we'll talk about.
And the standards are set by us or by the FAA? Oh, so not the FAA?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So, a couple things to take into consideration as we discuss this second FBO, potentially on the east side of the airport. This appears to be the best area for that type of activity to take place. Again, the air traffic control tower, the existing patio hangars. So I think that the Highway 82 is here. So it would need to be adjacent to an aircraft parking apron. To get that aircraft parking apron, service that second FBO location, there would need to be, these patio hangars, as I mentioned, would need to be relocated, and some of this existing based aircraft parking area would also be relocated further to the north. So, was this an ideal situation? It's far from ideal, but it's probably workable. But there are consequences, and the consequences here that are easily identifiable is that we have to relocate these hangars, that we losing some or relocating some of the general aviation parking, and the other thing is this area is well utilized already. There's not much room there, so again, smart people can figure out how to make this work, but there are some consequences to this consideration.
On that alternative, what is ASOS? Somehow I'm missing.
Yeah, that's the weather sensing equipment that is currently located right about here on where we're building that new aircraft parking apron. It's got the dashed area around it is an area that should be clear of things. So, but there is room to relocate that outside of that apron area.
Thank you. Rachel, did you have a question?
Yeah, I think it was back on that previous slide, but
This one?
yeah, the parking in the dirt.
Right.
Is that approved parking on our previous master plan, or is that just kind of default parking that's occurred over time?
Parking on the left side, closest to the yellow circle there,
Yeah.
has been gated off, and as a few vehicles that we've been trying to find the owners and get rid of. So it's secured off parking. It became kind of bootleg parking, if you will, over the years and long before my tenure here. This space in here, which is closer to the larger facility, that is used space and has been forever. I can't tell you whether or not it went through the land use code because it far predates my term here. We've been trying to discourage that. We've done a number of landscaping upgrades in here over the years to try to soften its impact. But you need something to help support this building, and that's what these cars represent. The additional point is that this space has been used by the folks in the patio shelters and our based aircraft as a place to put their cars if they don't bring them onto the airport.
Yeah, no, and I'm just kind of wondering if we're accounting for the relocation and accommodation of what has to come over for parking at some point in the new plans.
The answer is yes. We're trying very hard as we've thought through the concepts of the master plan is to find a way to clean up the space because we have areas that are utilized by automobile parking and for that matter aircraft parking that really isn't the most efficient, and that's one of our objectives here.
Thank you, Jeff. So, concept plan C really is this really is responsive to all of the projected needs that came from forecasting and facility requirements, including the FBO minimum standards. There's an FBO on both sides of the airport in this alternative. Again, just kind of start where we've started in the past. This uses the replacement terminal improvement envelope. We do recommend that if there is some area gain, that be used for general aviation parking. We do recognize that we may be able to relocate the FBO terminal adjacent to the passenger terminal improvement envelope. We recognize that potentially creates an opportunity for a new east side hangar. And we do recognize that we did have a projection for 10 additional patio type hangars. We are identifying the ability to build those on the north end of the existing patio hangars, and we do recognize that this area might be well utilized for an additional aircraft parking area on the north end of the existing general aviation use area. So This does meet the projections for the additional aircraft parking area, and as I said, we are looking at a FBO terminal on this side, along with their minimum standard need for a aircraft maintenance hangar, a shop to go along with that, automobile parking, and aircraft parking apron. Those things are all meet the minimum standards, or very close to meeting the minimum standards for two FBOs, one on the east side and one on the west side. So, and we've worked a lot with the shape of this area to make it fit into the environmentally correct place on the airport, on the west side of the airport. And we've looked a lot at the size of these hangars, again, to fit the projected need, but not be overly large. So, yes, sir.
Can you talk a little bit about the taxiway requirements for this sort of concept? You kind of have the taxiway going up under the quay there, and I don't know how far that goes up, and what all the additional pavement requirements are for this option.
Yeah, good question. Sorry, I did not point that out earlier. So in order to access this area, there is a need for a partial parallel taxiway that would go clear to the runway in with the extension. That's the potential for that has always been contemplated with the extension design. Obviously wasn't built, but it does fit in very well with the key-shaped area on the north end of the runway now that allows aircraft to exit the runway in case of an emergency situation. So. It does go all the way to the end of the now extended runway.
And I see you have a completely separate de-icing area as well?
Right. We felt like that, as this area, if it's built and when it becomes well utilized, it wouldn't be appropriate to send the aircraft to the other side of the airport to be de-iced. One, you've got a crossing runway situation which you try to avoid as much as you can. And so we are identifying a place for that de-ice pad. We also, one of the things that we heard in our community input sessions was, we really ought to be thinking about an emergency medical services parking area for both fixed wing and helicopters, and that should be close to an entrance, a roadway entrance to the airport. So we saw the potential ability to build both of those things into one pavement area on the east side of the airport or the west side of the airport, if that's if west side development is done. And it does identify an area for a new fuel storage facility on the west side also.
Give me a little more about the medical services center. Why isn't there one on the first two plans? And is it really just a parking area for the ambulance? Is it, someplace that, a shelter, people live there, or,
No, this is a parking place for the aircraft associated with emergency medical services.
Okay.
This may be one of those mix and match things. I said that these are pretty, these alternatives are good to themselves, but there are a few items like the fuel storage area, like this emergency medical services, like this apron piece here, like the additional small GA terminal. Those may be, eventually we may say, well, that's such a good idea, we want to move that to one of the other alternatives, even though it's not illustrated.
No, I appreciate that. I was mixing up whether this is about emergency medical for accidents on site or versus takeoff.
Let me elaborate a little bit on that one, if I might. When we started to look at how you utilize the airport space, if you do consider West Side, currently when ambulances arrive at the airport, they're mixing with the rest of the activity that takes place currently on the east side of the airport. And some days that's a challenge as the ambulance moves around in between aircraft and finds its way back to the roadway. Additionally, when we've got a helicopter emergency evac. Now they are, operating right in the middle of currently parked aircraft. And so if there was a way for us to isolate that, and even a fixed wing in this site on the west side would be available, and then all of the emergency responders would know exactly where to go on the airport. So if the ambulance came out of Aspen Valley Hospital, came up Highway 82 and turn on to Owl Creek, they'd have access through that quick gate. They could be in and out of the site quicker than they could on the east side as it exists today, theoretically.
George?
We've maintained Owl Creek as a rural corridor coming in and out of Aspen between the two resorts. And I'm just curious, have you done any studies, or will you be doing some studies in terms of not only the visual impacts if we put this a second FBO on, or an FBO on the west side, as well as the noise impacts, because there are some homes not very far up as you're moving south onto Owl Creek.
Yes, we will look very carefully at the visual impacts, and we will look at noise-related issues also with this. The answer to the question is yes, and we just need to understand, get a little further down the road before we look at those things.
But I guess, I don't know if it's the horse before the cart, but for me to try to think about even assessing whether that west side is feasible, I'd have to know if there are any and what sort of impacts would occur.
I understand, and yep. So that's
one of the challenges we have in this master plan is to kind of refine these ideas and then be able to take them to both financial and other environmental impacts, including noise and others. Because those studies are somewhat expensive, we're trying to understand what really does kind of fit the community's culture, and then get back into viewplanes analysis and noise analysis and the financial components to find out whether or not they really make sense. So it's hard to know whether it's the chicken or the egg comes first. Do you do all of the legwork and then bring it to the community? Do you find out where the community's mindset is, and then you go about trying to understand the issues that might come from it? So it's a challenge, and we chose the less financially impactful to get to here, and the next steps will start to really dig into details.
Well, the one thing George mentioned, I make sure, was traffic generation on Owl Creek. It's not just noise and visual, it's traffic generation numbers.
okay. Other.
Sorry,
No.
you kind of brushed over something that I think is critical. I infer from what you said about the second FBO and future hangars, you seem to have stated they were somewhat right-sized, meaning sensitive to our previous comments. What does that represent, though?
What does that represent?
In square footage. You had 200 and something thousand before in a very conceptual first pass.
Yeah. So it is that number. It's the number that we're.
So we're still back at those numbers, and this is.
Actually, I think there's a correction there. Some of those hangars were 200 by 200 before. They've been, you can now see, and I'm sorry I don't have those dimensions right in front of me, Jack, but they've been adjusted. They've looked at terrain and how they might be tucked into hillsides, how they could create grass roofs. How do you go about starting to soften those impacts individually as you look at each one of those? The next step, if you ask us to, will be to start that kind of viewplane analysis, as I mentioned a few moments ago, to start to kind of visualize how they look. I like to use the Airport Operations Center as kind of a template as how you can go about making sure that something can still work but has the least amount of visual impacts possible.
Well, there's several viewplanes. That's one of my concerns. We'll get to it as time goes on.
Okay, so just to kind of summarize the three alternative concepts that we've just stepped through. The first one really is looking at those facilities that we think we're going to need to look at those improvements. So that's the name, the status quo plus. The second one really is best summarized by looking at how we can accommodate, potentially accommodate 2 FBOs on the east side of the airport and not have west side development. And the third one really is the one that is responsive to all of those facility projections that we talked about at the beginning of this, and having an FBO on the east side and one on the west side that can meet the existing minimum standards for commercial aeronautical facilities that are in place in the county code. So those are the 3. So with that, I'm going to let Dan speak.
This might be a nice time for a break, Chair, so.
Great minds think alike. It's been an hour and a half, and I think we need to take a break. So it'll be a 10-minute break.
And grab your lunch.
Yeah, just know that we have a brown bag lunch scheduled.
Excellent. I was thinking about doing the other day. I had
This is the Board of County Commissioners work session. It's about 11:45 on Tuesday, February 7th, and we're in the midst of a report on the airport master planning. We've taken a short break, and we're resuming, and I think we're going to have a presentation by Dan Reamer, the attorney for the airport, on minimum standards for FBOs. Is that right, Dan?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. I have addressed this body, I think this is the third time now, related to the master plan update, and this is, as you've heard already, a pure planning exercise and policy development exercise, but that planning exercise does exist within a regulatory context, within a particular environment, and so Jim has really wanted to make sure that you all have the best available information about how that regulatory environment affects the decision-making process that you're all going through. And so one thing that I've said before is that the minimum standards, the Title 10 of the county code, does affect the decisions that are being made through the master plan update, and the master plan update does affect the county code in Title 10. And so we wanted to dedicate a little bit of time just to make sure that you understood that sort of two-way street in the relationship between those two things, the planning decisions and the county code. The first two slides include information that I presented to this body before, but I think whenever you're talking about these regulatory considerations, it's quite important to start with first principles. And some of the first principles that are at play here are the fact that the grant assurances, the conditions that the county accepts in exchange for the federal funds that go to the improvement and development of the airport, place certain constraints, certain limits on the county's decision-making ability, and the authorities that it has with respect to the airport are not entirely unfettered. And what that means, more specifically with respect to the use and lease of airport property, is that the county's principal obligation under the grant assurance is to make available suitable areas on reasonable terms to those who are interested in providing the services. And this concept of suitable areas is really what the master plan process and the ALP update process are really intended to get after, is sort of what areas of the airport are suitable for what particular types of activities. And even more narrowly than that, the county's obligation is to really negotiate in good faith, is to, I've used the expression before, answer the phone, to talk to people that come forward and negotiate in good faith for the lease of those suitable areas for entities that are willing and qualified to provide services to the public or aircraft operators. And we've talked about this concept of need quite a bit through the master plan update process, and need in this context is really need that's been identified by the marketplace, not necessarily need that's been identified by the county. And Jack, we've had this conversation in past meetings, and I imagine we'll continue to have it here about sort of who articulates and who gets to define the need, and how does that play out in terms of specific decision-making for the lease of property. And again, that is not to say that the county's authority is completely constrained, because the county does have control over the conditions that are imposed for the lease and use of that airport property. This second slide also is a repeat of some information I've shared before, and it's simply a way to remind you that the master plan update is just simply one step in a long process before the FBO terminal is relocated, before new facilities are constructed, before property is moved or relocated or new facilities are built. And so we have to have this space available. It's got to be identified through the master plan process, identified on the airport layout plan. The improvements and the activities that are proposed at any particular site need to be consistent with the minimum standards, and I'll talk about those in detail in a minute. Those minimum standards for the county do require an RFP process, a public solicitation, for new activities that are being proposed, new commercial aeronautical activities that are proposed at the airport. And then, of course, you have to have an agreement, right? You have a lease, and so you would have negotiations as to the term, as to the level of investment, and then as to the rent and the other rates and charges that are going to be imposed. And George, that gets back to your question before about how does that relocation look, and I think, Jim, from my perspective, I think Jim's answer was spot on in terms of that's part of a negotiation. The lease with Atlantic expires in, I think, 2023, and that property would revert. And so maybe the relocation occurs at that time or after that time once the property is reverted, but maybe there's a negotiation that occurs before then. And so there's multiple scenarios that can be explored in order to have that, but whether it's relocation or development on the west side, nothing happens until there's a negotiation of a lease agreement and there's a meeting of the minds with respect to the terms of use. So the minimum standards. The minimum standards are embodied in Title 10 of the county code. They are really limited to commercial aeronautical activities. So there are a lot of things that go on at the airport, a lot of controls that the county has put in place to protect the users of the airport, but one half of Title 10 is focused exclusively on this concept of commercial aeronautical activities. In this community, the minimum standards, what we have now, were adopted in 1992, and they've been amended really 3 times, in 93, in 2000, and 2005. But even though they've been amended those 3 times since 1992, they've really been stable. We've taken a look at the standards as they've evolved over time since their adoption in 1992, and what you see is consistency with respect to the numbers, the requirements. They're tweaked and they're refined over time, but they've really been consistent over those 20 years. I would also comment that the standards that you have are largely or generally consistent with the industry standards, and we'll talk about some of the specific numbers. There isn't any magic here in terms of minimum standards for FBOs or other commercial aeronautical service providers. And we've taken, we did a study a few years ago on minimum standards nationwide, and while we've looked at averages and means and medians and those sorts of things, what you really see in these standards is quite a considerable range. But the standards that the county has for FBOs in particular are certainly within that range, or within the ballpark of the commonly accepted industry standards. And it's also common within the industry for communities to take a look at their minimum standards on a frequent or semi-frequent basis, and that's roughly about every 5 to 10 years. 5 years is about the average for when communities will reevaluate their minimum standards and see whether or not they're still meeting their needs. A quick reminder that your minimum standards, like most minimum standards, really address the full range of commercial aeronautical activities that occur. You have, within your minimum standards, you've got essentially 2 different categories of users. You've got FBOs, fixed-based operators, who provide a full suite of aeronautical products and services, including fuel, but along with the privilege of selling fuel comes the obligation to provide other services to aircraft owners and operators. You've also got specialized FBOs, what are called SFBOs, in your Title 10. They're also called SASOs. That's another term that you'll hear within the industry, specialized aeronautical service operators. And so those are people that are providing one or maybe a limited number of services, whether it's maintenance and repair or flight schools or other activities that occur on a more narrow or specialized basis. And what you really have is what I would call an FBO-centric model. The conversation in this community, for a variety of reasons, has really been about FBOs and perhaps those individuals that may lease property or sublease space from the FBO, but it's not, what you see at other airports is a more diverse group of businesses that are operating on the airport, where you may have a full-service FBO, but you also have a couple of flight schools in there who are operating independently, not subleasing space, but they lease space separately from the airport sponsor, or maybe you have an aircraft manufacturer or sales or some of these other activities. What you have here, and I understand the conversation has really been about the FBO, but just understand that there are other entities out there in the marketplace. And so I think as we talk about sort of what's going to happen at this airport within the planning horizon of the master plan update, it's entirely possible that you may see interest from other entities of folks who want to lease space for other particular, more narrow purposes. There are standards within Title 10 because you have an FBO-centric model. There are standards for services that are not currently provided, and then there are also some gaps in the minimum standards, what I would consider to be gaps, because you've got some commercial aeronautical activities, commercial aircraft storage being chief among those, where the standards may not line up perfectly well with what you see. So the specific standards that you have with respect to FBOs, again, these have been largely consistent over time, but what Title 10 requires is that in order to be a full-service FBO, a business has to have a minimum of 5,000 square feet for the terminal, 14,400 square feet for the hangar, all the way down the list that you have in front of you and that you see on the screen. 280,000 square feet of ramp, parking, circulation, staging, as well as an additional 22,000 square feet for aircraft tie-down. And that's an important number because it's really an important driver. It's a significant parcel that needs to be made available to provide that minimum level of service to the airfield users. And that's partly, as Mark has explained, when Bernard Dunkelberg looked at their alternatives, they had an eye towards the minimum standards. They understood what the minimum standards prescribed. They also understood what the need was that had been articulated both anecdotally and more scientifically. But they were looking at it in terms of an unconstrained way. They were looking at the development not with respect necessarily tied to the minimum standards. And so now we've got that process of sort of putting these minimum standards as an overlay on top of the alternatives that have been presented to you this morning. 60,000 gallons of Jet A fuel as well as 10,000 gallons of avgas. The Jet A fuel comes in the form of three 20,000 gallon tanks. And again, these are the minimums that are prescribed. What the county has identified are necessary in order to provide a minimum level of support services to aircraft owners and operators. Entities can look to lease additional space, provide more by way of vehicle parking or aircraft storage or whatever it is, but this is the floor that needs to be provided.
Michael? Yes. Is this existing Title X?
Correct.
So when we take these minimum standards and overlay it with what exists today, is there any difference?
I don't believe so. I believe that Atlantic, my understanding is that Atlantic, I haven't gone out there and counted their parking spaces, and maybe Jim could speak to this, but my understanding is that Atlantic satisfies each of these minimum standards. And so I don't think there's ever been a question, or I don't know that they have received a variance for any of these things. Again, the representative from Atlantic is here and maybe could speak to it, but it's my understanding that they satisfy the current minimum standards.
Okay, so this is a Title X minimum standards for our airport as currently set. And of course you indicated that these things could change. But could this be a cap on overall could we determine this is a cap for overall service and development, and just it would if there's other interests, it would have to be divided up? And can someone challenge us on our minimum standards then, because they want more than our minimum standards?
So,
three questions.
A couple different ways to answer your questions. One, the minimum standards are intended to be minimums, not maximums. If you try to impose caps on aeronautical activities through the minimum standards, you are subject to challenge on a number of different bases. So there have been a number of disputes over the last several decades about airports that have tried to, you've got a curfew here and a long history of your curfew and working with Congress and those sorts of things, so you understand, or at least have an appreciation for how this works. But caps that are imposed through alternative means are considered to be caps all the same by the FAA, or surrogates for caps. So the short answer to your question is, if you tried to take your minimums, turn them into maximums, and then allocate that space, split it up 2 ways or 3 ways, you could be accused of having imposed a cap on operations at the airport. That's one consideration. Another consideration, as you think about adjusting the minimum standards, I've said already here, and we'll talk more about this idea of amending the minimum standards. Airport sponsors can amend their minimum standards. They can't. The revised minimum standards must continue to be reasonable, the FAA doesn't want to see airports manipulate minimum standards for the benefit of any particular entity in order to preserve their position or to undermine their position. But the way that the industry looks at, so that's maybe the second part of the answer, is that you can amend your minimum standards, but that also exists within certain parameters, and you don't have full discretion to just simply ratchet the numbers up and down as you will. And then the third point that I just want to get across is that the way that the industry looks at minimum standards is as a way to level the playing field that respects the level of investment that's already been made in the facility. And so I'm not here to represent Atlantic or speak for them, but what incumbent FBOs will oftentimes say is, I've made an investment based on the minimum standards that were in effect when I made that investment. And if you change those minimum standards to eliminate certain requirements, to change certain requirements, and somebody else can come in with a different cost structure, a different level of capital investment, that's discriminatory towards me because I've made my investment. I've got a price structure that's reflective of my level of investment in the facility, and if you allow somebody to come in and undercut me, that's unfair, and that's a violation of the grant assurances. That's the way that this all unfolds, unfortunately, in a more adversarial way. So is there another, I just want to try
both ways, both from competition outside and existing FBOs also. As far as the fairness question, and, certainly investment, whatever, but there's others here. So.
So Dan, what I'm hearing you say is that if several of those options require a changing of these minimum standards or a lowering of these minimum standards more specifically, that if we change our minimum standards, therefore allowing a secondary FBO to come in here with less of a capital investment than the previous FBO, we open ourselves up to a lawsuit from the incumbent FBO saying you're giving unfair advantage to a new FBO.
I'm in a tough position. I mean, I don't want to convey confidential information to this body in a public setting, nor do I want to sort of broadcast to the world, what liability exposure is presented by making this decision or that decision. But that, if you look at the disputes and the litigation that has occurred over the last 15, 20 years, there have been a number of disputes by FBOs, complaints filed by FBOs against airport sponsors on that kind of a theory, that there is not an equal level playing field because of some changes that are made or unequal enforcement of existing minimum standards. It has a bunch of different formulations to it. But again, the FBO community basically looks at minimum standards as kind of setting an even level playing field. That's the phrase that's used over and over again. And FAA policy does speak to, in a limited way, this idea of not so much protecting an investment, but at least acknowledging that certain investments have been made in airports, around the country. And so, again, it's only so far that I can go here, but that is a reality, a possibility that I want to make sure this body is aware of.
And I guess my follow-up for information for us is, have those lawsuits been successful?
On the main, so here's kind of the way that this lays out. You've got about 125 disputes over the last 15 years or so that the FAA has adjudicated about these kinds of grant assurance compliance issues. On the main, those cases are decided in favor of the airport sponsor. So the FAA, generally a lot of these claims are specious, and the FAA will say as much, and the claims will be dismissed, and the decision is found for the airport sponsor. If you look at that body of law, the place where airport sponsors get into trouble is in precisely this area of unequal enforcement or unequal application or changes in minimum standards. That's where airports really get into a difficult position because of this idea of this level playing field concept and this concept of unjust discrimination.
I'm sorry, Michael, one more question if I might. Part of options A and B, or 1 and 2, however they were worded, in my mind, kind of require a renegotiation of our existing contract with our existing FBO. I mean, because it's moving their fuel facility, it's moving their terminal facility, it's, creating all new spaces for them. We could clearly make a good argument that if we change our minimum standards, that we're changing that for their new contract as well, for them as well.
Again, as I said before, I think that there's a lot of different ways that this unfolds in terms of the fuel storage, the farm and service equipment building and the relocation of the FBO. Maybe that occurs within the next 10 years. Maybe the county waits until the Atlantic lease expires and the county demolishes that building and the FBO and a private FBO comes in and builds that new facility that's identified on those alternative concepts. But you're right in saying that there may be an opportunity here to try and level the playing field a little bit more so that it is even for everyone involved.
I mean, if we're moving their terminal, which is 5,000 square feet now, let's say, we might say, well, your new terminal only has to be 4,000 square feet when you move it.
Well,
protecting us. I mean, I'm looking for, it sounds like this is a conversation about how we protect ourselves with the decisions we make in our master plan against litigation.
Well, and ultimately the hallmark of a good decision is that it's a reasonable decision and that it's supportable. And so one thing that's important to understand as we talk about these two FBOs is that when you got the concept B, you're really not talking about two exactly equal FBOs in the sense that their market is going to be somewhat different on the north end of the GA side versus the south end of the GA side. And so, one thing, and I don't know that if there's any way to resolve this tension, but one thing that I think this body needs to grapple with is the idea that you're really talking about two different kinds of FBOs. There's only so much that you can do. You can equalize a fair number of the standards, but you're really talking about what I would call the light GA market on one end, and you're talking about sort of the heavy GA market on the other end. And there are, in a very limited number of instances, there are communities that have made that distinction at much larger airports where you've got a bigger universe of aircraft owners and operators to deal with. But I think there's two things that are going on here. You're talking about the standards and making sure that there's an even level playing field with respect to the numbers. But I don't know that there's any way that you're going to get around this other issue that they're distinct because their customers are distinct and the markets that you're looking to serve are distinct.
Rachel?
Yeah. First a question. I think I've gotten a little confused through this conversation. But are these the federal minimums? These are Picken County's minimums?
I'm sorry if I'm not making that clear. These are the county's standards. The FAA does not approve these standards. They don't set these standards. It's up to the county to prescribe these standards, and so therefore you have the ability to amend these standards. However, the grant assurances demand that these standards be reasonable, that they be relevant, that they be attainable, and that they be applied and enforced in a not unjustly discriminatory way. So you pick the numbers, but whatever numbers you pick need to be reasonable, need to be applied uniformly.
So does the FAA have any minimums that they put out there as guidelines for people?
No.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification, because just the S on there kept me confused because we don't have F more than one right now. But the second question is kind of following the line of logic that Rob and Jack have been trying to explore. It would seem that a case could be made that if we didn't lower our minimums to allow the potential of an FBO on the current side, we were forcing a second FBO to go on to the west side where the cost of a new taxiway would also be incurred, and that, we kind of discriminated at a different level by forcing one new FBO to have tens of millions of dollars more expense to hit the minimums that we refuse to change by a square inch.
That's a possibility, and again, it's just a difficult position for me to be here in a public setting and say, I think the probability of success in that litigation is, 30%, 70%. I will say that there's a fair amount of flexibility with respect to setting the standards. So again, so long as they're reasonable, so long as they're attainable, so long as they're relevant to the activity, the safest course legally is to set your standards and then to stick with those standards and demand that everybody conform to them. I think just as a factual, statistical matter, an empirical matter, I'm not giving advice, but I'm simply articulating what has happened before. It's far riskier to try and ratchet numbers up and down than it is to simply stick with what you've got and say, this is it.
Makes sense.
So I've already gone through most of these, but I just wanted to make sure before we turn it back to Mark and let him evaluate and present the way that he, from the planning perspective, views these alternatives. I just wanted to summarize the way that these alternatives lay out from a regulatory perspective. Alternative A, the status quo plus. This question has been presented to me several times already. The status quo plus is a legally permissible course of action for the county to take. The county hasn't granted an exclusive right to an FBO to operate. The fact that there is one FBO is not the same as saying that there's been an exclusive right that's conferred. At the same time, it doesn't resolve what has been articulated as one of the principal purposes of this master plan update, which is to really evaluate, consider, and address the second FBO. And then the third point that I think is important to understand, and I've conveyed it before, is that not showing a second FBO on the west side is not the same as saying that there will never be a second FBO on the west side. And that's where you get into these considerations that you've all raised about sort of does it preclude somebody from coming in and submitting an application to develop on the west side. And it's very important to understand that simply because the county has refused to identify west side development on the ALP, that doesn't mean that you won't get an application for west side development and somebody pursuing that if the circumstances are right. With respect to alternative B, we've also talked about this, the inconsistency with Title 10. Now, exactly what would need to change, there's been some, we didn't set out, and I don't think Bernard Dunkelberg really with respect to any of these alternatives, B or C, set out to plan for a second FBO either on the east side or on the west side. That would be something that would have to come next or someplace further down the line. But there are some things that would be inconsistent with the minimum standards that have been identified, and so those would need to change, whether that's for the second FBO or for Atlantic or for both. There are some changes that would need to be made. And as I mentioned before, it would require justification for different treatment of the FBOs because you do have these different business models that are operating and these different customers that are out there. And here again, it wouldn't preclude, even if you did identify space on the east side for the second FBO, it wouldn't preclude somebody else from coming in and seeking to develop the west side. And then alternative C, I think you understand this, and Mark mentioned it before, but there is at least the space to build a facility that satisfies the minimum standards as they exist today. There are multiple approaches to fund and sequence the infrastructure, meaning we have, and I've heard this question presented before about sort of exactly what happens, how does this work, who builds the taxiway, who builds the hangars, who builds the FBO terminal, who builds the ground access roadways, and I think all of that is up for discussion in terms of when it happens, how it's sequenced, all those things. And then again, that there are additional steps that the county can take in order to ensure that it is planned appropriately if in fact that alternative is pursued. And so we talked before about the public solicitation process. That may be one way to control and constrain that development. The infrastructure improvements would need to be programmed into the airport's capital improvement plan. So as I said at the beginning, I want to keep emphasizing here, identifying something on the airport layout plan or within the master plan update is perhaps step one, or maybe steps 1 and 2 of a multi-step process that would need to occur, and there are several entry points for the county to impose certain conditions and ensure that whatever development, whether it occurs on the east side or west side, is reflective of the county's requirements and the policy that you've set forth. Questions about this?
Yes, Rachel?
Yeah, in order to, I think, really keep moving the conversation forward, I need a little more information, and maybe it is at next week's, or you guys can give it to us. But how inconsistent is alternative B with our minimums? Is it significant? Is it small? Are there other changes to the layout that could make it consistent? I'm just kind of dealing with a vacuum of information here.
And again, we haven't set out to design an FBO. As Mark explained before, he's tried to plot where that exists. Some of these standards, I think, could be satisfied. The 5,000 square foot terminal, Mark showed where that would sit, and that's probably 5,000 square feet. If the patio shelters were included in the hangar, that would probably account for the 14,400 square foot hangar. Maybe some of that could be divided up and included as part of a maintenance hangar. I don't know. I haven't sort of measured it. The 280,000 square feet seems to me to be an issue, to have enough of that apron space that's available. What Mark showed before isn't 280,000 square feet of apron space. If you rejiggered the site, I've heard it proposed that maybe there's a way to squeeze that into this site with some careful engineering, but it's not nearly as, if you just look at the north side and the south side, it's not nearly the kind of contiguous apron space, or doesn't provide for the kind of contiguous apron space that you see in connection with the existing FBO. So I think that's certainly an issue that would need to be looked at thoroughly. Then the aircraft tie down, what it would probably mean is that that the aircraft tie down that exists would become aircraft tie down in connection with this second FBO, and that leaves Atlantic short. And so whether Atlantic would continue to have these tie down spaces, then the second FBO wouldn't be able to satisfy the 30 tie down space requirement. So that's clearly a deficiency that would need to be identified. And vehicle parking, we need to figure out a way to squeeze that in, and if that's available. And then the fuel storage, again, it's a question. Those fuel farms take up a considerable footprint, and as I mentioned before, this dual model of serving the light GA versus the heavy GA, you may not need or want 10,000 gallons of avgas and 60,000 of Jet A at both facilities. But if you don't do that, then how does that work? I think that's a big problem that would need to be sorted out. So these are, in my mind, these are meaningful changes that would need to be made, and more importantly than that, I think they're meaningful policy decisions that would need to be really fully fleshed out. I don't think it's simply a matter of ratcheting these numbers up and down. It's more about really thinking about
I would agree with that impression. I just think that, again, to further the conversation, we're going to need that information of, well, what would or could you change? Could the weather station go to a totally different spot on the airport so that that's freed up? If you eliminate the helicopter pad, do you get more to make the FBO work? Those sort of questions, so that we can make a good decision.
I will take it. Thank you, Rachel.
Okay. We thought it was important to kind of summarize this in some way and really take what I'm saying on these next three slides as really my impressions. We felt it was important to put before you something that we as professional planners thought was a reasonable option to move forward. We're really not expecting today that you guys will say, oh yeah, do that. But we thought it was important to put something on the table, and we think it'll perhaps make it easier for you to give us some guidance. So we put together this matrix, and these are points that we have talked about through the presentation, and it's fairly easy to say yes and no, but there's some gray areas on here also. As Dan just indicated, only alternative B and C address the second FBO issue that we knew was going to be part of this master plan. The FBO minimum standards, those are for the most part, as they exist for one FBO today, Alternative A does that, and so that it does achieve FBO minimum standards. Alternative B is, there's going to be some considerations there to get it to do it, so it really doesn't do it very well. And Alternative C does it for the most part. For instance, the 30 tie-down spaces, those are not shown on Alternative C on the west side. But for the most part, Alternative C satisfies the majority of the minimum standards as they exist today for one option on the west side, one FB on the west side, and one on the east. Aircraft parking projections, that additional square footage that was identified in need from the forecast and from the facility requirements. Yes, B and C achieved those numbers. The small aircraft parking projection is shown on Alternative C. Frankly, those could be shown on Alternative A and B also. So those check marks could go across, but we were trying to show you distinctive options. So what's shown on Alternative C works, and the others fall short of that. Achieves the large aircraft parking projections. That is shown on Alternative C. Again, we built those configuration of hangars both on the east side and the west side to achieve that projection. So it does achieve that projection. Neither A nor B achieve that, and would have a difficult time figuring out how that could be done. But again, that doesn't have to be achieved in this master plan. Minimizes negative consequences for based pilots. And so because we leave the smaller general aviation aircraft parking area and the smaller general aviation patio hangars intact on A and C, that we're saying that does not have negative consequences for the base pilots. Alternative B, because we're showing those being relocated, possibly to a not as, in their eyes, as good of a location, then Alternative B does not do that. Can Alternative B be shaped where it probably doesn't have those negative consequences? It probably can, but that is a very tight site down there on that end of the airport. No matter where that FBO terminal might be placed, there's going to be concerns for making sure that all of the interest groups come out of their facility rearrangement as well as they have it now. Involve west side improvements. Alternative C is the only one that involves west side improvements. And you can argue whether that's a negative or positive. We've got a check mark on this, but that I know people have different feelings about that. Maximizes the opportunity for additional airport revenue and investment. We're going to talk a little bit about expense of capital expenditures involved with these three alternatives, but we really think this is an important point. We haven't gone to the amount of detail that we will on this issue, but because Alternative C does offer the opportunity to construct additional facilities that would be leased out, it does have a significant more of an opportunity to generate additional airport revenues. And we really think that this last line is really critical, the guidance for long-range strategic decision-making. We talked about that on one of the very first slides, and because we think that's a really important role for the master plan, to be able to say, we've thought about all of this, and this alternative really does provide places for these things in a way that will allow this body to think strategically for the long term as they talk about the improvements at the airport. we think that's an important, a very important consideration in this. So, let's talk a little bit about money, all of our favorite subjects. And so we have put together estimates for capital improvements involved with the three alternatives. And we do have some assumptions and some caveats that are important because these are just capital improvement dollars. So the first assumption is improvements will not be constructed if not financially practical for Pitkin County. The cost estimates at this stage in the planning process are preliminary and should be used only for comparative purposes. I mean, that's what we did. We said, what's this involve? What's this involve? What are those capital improvements? How much are those likely to cost? And we did not include the general maintenance that we know is going to happen, particularly such items as pavement maintenance. But we do know that number, and that is going to add $20 million for the 20-year time frame of this master plan to all three of the alternatives.
And is that pavement the runways themselves, or is that the aprons and the surrounding?
It's aprons and existing pavement that exists today that will need maintenance over the years. So aprons.
Just not runways?
Not just runways, correct. So, and a couple of caveats. Well, more than a couple. The preliminary cost estimates do not take into consideration the level of state and federal matching funds. We know from past experience that those levels are likely to be very significant in the type of projects that are eligible for state and federal matching funds. They don't take into consideration potential private investment. Again, that can be significant, particularly with Alternative C. Do not take into consideration potential income generated by improvements. Pretty much the same point as the one above. Do not take into consideration terminal area improvement costs. We will be starting to look at those numbers with you next week. And do not take into consideration pavement maintenance and rehab costs. And do not take into consideration inflation, which could, as you know, over a 20-year period, that inflation number is likely to be huge. So here's the good news. Every place that this says does not include or does not take into consideration, all of those in our detailed financial analysis, all of those will be taken into consideration before we provide you with information that really will be critical to you making decisions about this. So, here are the numbers. Preliminary comparative cost estimates, and again, just the capital improvements that are involved. Alternative A, in the neighborhood of $25 million, Alternative B in the neighborhood of $30 million, Alternative C in the neighborhood of $95 million. Comparative costs. We realize that Alternative C is a big number. Again, we want you to think about that from the perspective that there is some income generating opportunities with Alternative C that really aren't there with the other two. And it's important to note that over the last 10 years, the airport has spent over $135 or approximately $135 million in asset acquisition. Those are capital improvements, equipment, all of those kind of things. So, although these are really big numbers, the airport has a really good history of being financially self-supporting and being able to generate money, get money from matching funds, and private and other sources, including the on-airport revenue that's generated to spend over $135 million in asset acquisition over the past 10 years. So, let's just go back to this, and again, one additional point. We think that Alternative C, again, provides you with the best long-term guidance for how improvements might take place at the airport over the next 20 years. The other thing that's important to realize about Alternative C is that Alternative A is really a phase of Alternative C. So that we know that improvements are going to be phased. those that are on Alternative C, as we said, are those that we really think are going to need to be done over the next few years. Therefore, Alternative A is really a phased part of Alternative C. So with that, I'll officially open it up for questions.
Rob, you had mentioned that one of our next steps is looking at this from a financial point of view and looking at alternative A, B, and C. Can you give us a little bit of picture preview on how we're going to tackle that? Are we going to be looking at like a 20-year budget timeline for each one of these in terms of money in and money out, and what portions of those capital improvements we're going to have to be paying for? The other governments, state, or I mean, federal, state, or whatever governments are going to pay for, and private investors are going to pay for.
Right.
What does that next step look like?
And it is we're going to be moving to that, but it is a detailed financial analysis that does consider federal and state funding, matching funds. It does look at the capital costs. It does look at inflation. It will, as those funds flow through that 20-year plan, that will help set the phasing. What is financially reasonable will help set the phasing for when those will likely be done, in addition to when we think they would be needed. But at this point, the financial analysis really kind of takes over in that you're not going to propose an improvement project until you know that the likely funding is going to make sense.
It's a big missing piece right now. So,
Well, I think it's important to note that detail, does take quite a bit of time and energy. So, it kind of comes back to how do you get there? We don't know what improvements yet are where the community's palatable and where your direction to give us. So, once that starts to narrow its focus down, that gives us the latitude to really build that business model and do a very detailed plan to say, this can happen, or it pushes out to 25 years or some other number.
Rachel?
Yeah, one thing I would say, looking at Alternative C, I think you're also going to need to look into some reallocation or rebuilding of the hairpin curve on Owl Creek Road that's right next to that. We've already talked about traffic generation numbers, but I think you're going to get to a point where you're just going to have a little bit of a system failure if you're not dealing with that curve as well, once that becomes, or if that were to become more of a major access point to the airport. Nothing worse than people running late already, going too fast on some of our roads, but that one would need to be looked at. The other, it just, my logic kind of tells me that Alternative A is a lot of money for kind of little net gain at the end of the day. It's a few building relocations to, a little more efficiency with the current apron, but it's a lot. And whether it's part of the master plan or not part of the master plan, it really is just setting the stage for future redevelopment. As you said, it would be a component of C. I don't know if some of those pieces are duplicated in B, but, given that no matter what we put on the master plan, if there's land available, someone could come in with a new application and request an amendment to our master plan to go forward. It seems that doing A is really just setting the groundwork for someone else to make an application in the future for us to amend our plans and go somewhere else with the work. So those are just my observations of this initially.
And thank you so much for stating that. I think you're taking away from the information that Dan provided. I really intended to kind of hit on that point as I summarized also, but it really is, again, that fits into this strategic thinking about if you have a plan that really says, okay, we're not exactly sure what's going to be needed, but it could be needed, and if it is needed, this is the way we're going to deal with that. And that's what Alternative A doesn't do a very good job of. And so and again, Dan seems to be better at expressing those thoughts than I am, but it really, that's a critical takeaway.
Yeah, it doesn't take any of the airport lands off the table for other people to make applications.
I guess how I see this is alternative A still allows, or as you say, would not preclude a second FBO or other development to occur, at least on the west side. And what it may preclude is further development on the east side, the way I understand that.
Well, it wouldn't preclude it necessarily, but I mean, it's the difference between a built-upon site and a greenfield site, right? I mean, the improvements in alternative B require a much more active role by the county to kind of change the space around and change the structure of the leases and all those sorts of things. So that's a more active role for the county and for private sector participants to play. The west side is just sitting there as a greenfield site, and that's a different dynamic.
Yeah, so I guess I would just, as long as I'm on point here, I would not support option B. I don't think we should be changing our standards, our minimum standards, unless there was really a significant findings and rationale for doing that. Just like I don't think we should change our minimum standards for any of our land use codes unless there's really, again, some substantial rationale for that. So that leaves alternate A and C for me. And my concern with alternate C is the impact it would have on a rural corridor, from the visual impact, from the noise impact, and also we've got employee housing right there as well. So for those employees who are living there, the impact that all of a sudden they're going to be sitting next to a whole new commercial development. So that's a concern of mine. I think that if we start with alternative A, down the road doesn't preclude a proposal to limit development on the west side, but at least it gives us the opportunity to do some of the redevelopment on the east side, get a better feel exactly how that not only looks, but how it actually works over a period of years. Because it sounds like this may not happen till perhaps at least 13 years down the road, maybe earlier, but just depends on how lease and negotiations go prior to that. So there's a time span of quite a long period of time to develop the redevelopment on the east side, see how that really coordinates with the master terminal plan, and sort of get a better feeling of what it actually looks like on land. Because when you look at something on paper and when it goes to brick, all of a sudden, everybody's eyes open up. I never realized it was going to look like this. I never realized it was going to generate this much more traffic. So this gives us the opportunity to see how it actually works in the plan. And then down the road, if we see a future need and demand, then the opportunity for a west side development could always occur. But I think we have the opportunity for time to let us make those decisions. So I'm really leaning more towards A versus C for those reasons, and certainly not B.
Chad? No one said this was going to be easy. 'Cause I'm torn. I mean, I have obviously always this concern about finances, but believe it or not, that's secondary right now because we're highly involved in land use planning. And for me, I'm certainly aware of my individual role as a commissioner and our role as a board meeting the needs of the airport, the guests, the users, etc. But for me, I have a greater obligation, which is the greater community. And when I look at this, I think I can pretty confidently say that the community is in no way ready for alternative C. Just unequivocal what it would do. And Rachel brings up such an important piece that is linked, but maybe not part of this planning right now because that's later planning, Owl Creek Road. That is such an amazingly dangerous corner when it's dry. Just this morning, because you didn't know, and that's how I travel in, it's scary. So there's $1 million right there, or something, because roads are not easy, and private property, etc. And automobiles and fuel trucks coming into the curve, and all of that which might occur here. I'm not sure. I mean, I like alternative A for the same reason as George, if I understood what he said, because it doesn't preclude anything. But that's like saying, well, okay, alternative A allows B, because it's the next steps in some development on the east side. And it delays the decision about the west side. But for me, when I look at all the information we have, and I have to go back to this page called the Airport Master Plan, and it clearly states improvements only constructed, parentheses, by county and others, close parentheses, if the need exists, financially practical, meets standards, and environmentally appropriate. Well, to me, the most important two pieces there is the need exists and environmental, that's both the environment and water quality and wetlands and of course, visual, scenic, etc. I mean, that's my approach, because anything that happens, this board and future boards are always going to make sure it's financially practical. Meets the standards. I simply, unlike George, who indicated he feels that he wouldn't change the standards. I guess the minimum standards is important, because I appreciate your clarification, minimum versus max. I don't know what to do with those standards, because if there's a need for further infrastructure at the airport, I mean, it seems like we can't even determine that. It seems like the need will be determined by somebody making an application, because we can't set that standard as the need, but draw that line in the sand. So, that to me really ought to drive all development of any sort. But it seems like we're compromised because, of course, the reality, and a necessary reality, we have taken millions upon millions of dollars to the FAA. So we just can't say no, and we can't be discriminatory for current or future. But to me, I need, and it might be exec session, whatever, I need a whole lot more understanding about what drives need. Because I don't perceive there to be a great need for an additional FBO on this airport. And in the same breath, I have to say, certainly things could be reconfigured and enhanced. But a need for more jets to come in our community, it's a tough one in only one way for me. Because we don't have enough parking, they fly in and fly out, and that's air pollution, and that's a negative. But we're never going to have enough parking to do away with that problem anyway. So to me, this doesn't give me a lot of choices as far as what's acceptable, because C is so unacceptable for me. At Jim, backside you can grass all you want, but there's still the front side we're going to see from 82, unless we build a wall and landscape it all the way, and I don't think that's going to happen. So at the moment, I'm leaning towards A, because it allows further options to happen, and that puts the ball in the hands of an applicant. And then we're not called, well, no, I just answered my question. We are susceptible to the existing FBO raising the question, well, about infrastructure investment, et cetera, because for me, I'm perceiving the real need is minimal. Maybe we could do better service, could do this, that, or the other better, but not infrastructure-wise, because I, in no way, while I'm here as a commissioner, am going to support giant hangars, for example, across the way. It's just not going to happen. Let's put it this way, you're going to have to make such an amazing argument that my value system is going to have to be chipped away. And that's a real problem. It's the mass and scale of this. I do appreciate the feedback in working with the airport and the consultants and all of that came out, that even under some of these scenarios that we talk about, it's not going to operationally change the dynamic of the airport, meaning operate internally. Now, externally, Owl Creek Road is a different word, for example. But internally, we just don't have enough room to make this a DIA junior, as it were. So that's good. But, so my bottom line is we start slow, because I don't want to give the community any impression that I'm willing to blow this place up with a bunch of buildings. It might be nice and enhanced. I also, though I understand we are basically in charge of leases, et cetera, and decision-making, to me there's some sensitivity, and I would want to understand Atlantic. At least I don't know how this happens, and probably it's proprietary, maybe exec session, but well, what is their thinking? I mean, they've been a partner in one form or another, one name or another, for a long time. What do they think about moving a building? Where does all that cash flow come from? And so that leads me to, well, how can we use what we have, make some adjustments, make it better, and maybe allow, and in time, and maybe it is 15 years from now or 10 years from now, there might be some expansion to the west side. But I'm for taking it slow, getting at every step of the way advice from Dan to make sure that we're fair to all sides, while being responsible to our mission as commissioners of not only to enhance and operate the airport to the most efficient end, and not for the sake of pure revenues. And that's mentioned over here. I don't personally operate the airport for just revenues, and we know it's an enterprise fund anyway, so it's, it's got its own parameters. Less is better. Didn't answer a specific, or didn't give you direction for alternative C, but I gave you direction not to go with C. It's just really tough.
Rob? Yeah, I can weigh in a little bit. First of all, I really feel that I need the financial piece, because I think there's a lot of things that are kind of unsaid there, how the private investment FBO money plays into it. I agree with the philosophy of Jack about the revenue. It's not the main purpose of the revenue to be a thriving business for its shareholders, but yet in another sense, the airport is one of the largest economic drivers of this community. So another piece of the financial aspect that hasn't been presented yet is how additional general aviation business supports the other airport aspects. And to me, that is an important piece. I don't want to, chop off my nose to spite my face either, in the sense that, I lean towards alternative A with a long-term objective of looking at a modified C, which is really in alternative A because that west side is reserved as, in that it says reserved for aeronautical use, that whole section on that west side already. And I think one thing that hasn't been brought up too, along those lines of the minimum standards, is another option on C is looking at the minimum standard change to reduce the impact to the west side. We don't have to continue with the minimum standards that we have and push all that development on the west side. We could have a smaller FBO on the west side by reducing our minimum standards. There needs to be more information brought to us in terms of this, what did I call it? How do we come up with a split service FBO plan? An FBO, as Dan had said, where part of the one FBO is servicing light aircraft and one FBO is servicing. To me, that seems very challenging, so I'd like more information on how that concept works into our master plan. I mean, big part of this conversation and why the master plan process is in place is addressing the openness that we have to a secondary FBO. And by accepting these previous grants, that's part of our obligation to do that, is what I'm hearing. So, really my direction is, one, we need more information on the financial side. We need more information on how to split service these FBOs if option B or a modified option C were to ever to come into place. But option A really opens the door for option C. So I'm not sure that we have to push this master plan to the level of option C, even though the door is still open.
It's about 10 of 1. We're gonna try to take a little break before 1 o'clock because we start over another meeting. The general discussion has been, a difficulty with a vision for what this airport is, and it ranges from sort of a modest view of the airport to other views of a junior DIA. And it's an interesting airport, it seems to me, because it has so much general aviation traffic. And for me, one of the indicators of community health and community vibrancy is on those weekends, Christmas and 4th of July, is when you can count those jets out there that I don't get to ride on, but somehow have a connection to me in indication of a prosperous community. Communities that could only wish for that kind of business. So I'm less concerned about alternative C as impacting the community. I actually see alternative C as a reflection of what this community is. And that is a community served by private aircraft, large private aircraft, much larger private aircraft than you see almost anywhere else that I can think of. So A, then C. The question of Owl Creek Road is more a question of snowmass and what corridors it decides to use as a commuter corridor. I don't think the alternative C is going to actually increase traffic on Owl Creek Road, because I think most of that traffic is going to go into Aspen anyway. The part of Owl Creek Road that is impacted will be from Buttermilk to alternative C. But that we'll see in the future. So alternative A, then C for me. Rachel?
Yeah, just to finish up, I'm sorry if I didn't really get my things out there to begin with. For me to really go forward, I really need what I said before, a little bit more of what would it take to make alternative B work to the minimums? Is there a different way? And I think that that's going to be important to answer to the public as well, if should that alternative ultimately be rejected. And some of those components might be the visual, the line of buildings, these sort of things, but I think we need to be able to answer that. The second is that I kind of think of the city market analogy right now, and it's going to come up in the future on other things as well, but they just spent how much to remodel that old space, and the net gain was so small. You know, people like some aspects of it, but it's a really crowded shopping experience now. Half the product lines are gone, and most of the friends I know are in El Jebel far more often than they're in our own city market, unless they're just picking a few things up because they tried to put 20 pounds in a 10-pound bag. And so I don't want to go there in terms of a lot of money that's spent that is a little good money after bad and minimal gain for the money. The third is similar to, I think, what I've heard a few people saying, but is there, I think we should have somewhat of a phased master plan. So it's literally saying, we're starting with A, but it may lead to something that's in the C, as opposed to saying, well, this is A, and that's just reserved aeronautical, and, who knows, somebody else gets to decide that later. But maybe there's either trigger points or something that is the eventual build-out of a master plan that could encompass a hybrid of the A to C or something like that. I also am very hesitant on the size of buildings and the types of buildings and things like that over there. I think Rob came up with a point that's valid, that, at a point at which there's a renegotiation of both leases and the minimum standards or for the request for proposals and the current lease, if they were both brought down at the same time and we didn't have that inequity question, you might end up with smaller and better facilities. But I think that it's important when we're getting to that renegotiation with the existing FBO or a new request for proposals there, or however that process occurs, that they have some sense of what the future of the rest of the airport is. How are you going to go negotiate and say, well, I'm going to put $10 million into my current facility if you think that, well, the county could be receiving an amended application to build a better facility on the other side 2 years from now? I mean, how does the current leaseholder negotiate with a big blank wall staring at them? And so I have some challenges there. And then the last thing is just, I agree somewhat with Michael in terms of the Owl Creek Road and corridor. It is a rural corridor in a sense, but, there was an opportunity when that was going to become a bus lane only and limited local traffic, and it wasn't going to become the alternate thoroughfare to Aspen, and that's what it is now. I mean, I've gone to visit friends in Snowmass at night, and there's more traffic on Owl Creek than there is on Brush Creek at times, and, it is just heavily, heavily traveled ever since it got paved, and it's, that community, that neighborhood had the chance to say, no, we're going to preserve this as a rural corridor, and it's just not maintaining that. It is via the 35-acre subdivision and the large homes there, yes, but it's not in terms of the traffic use. And as you see the rest of Base Village build out, that is going to be the main. So those are my thoughts. But again, what is the concept of more of a phased alternative, a phased master plan?
So let me just summarize this. I haven't heard anybody reject A. I've heard some discussion about B, but not much. And I haven't heard anybody really embrace C as a primary concept, but perhaps as a following concept. So is that fair, Board? That's a fair summary of it. And I think it's as clear a direction as we're going to get. So it's 5 of 1. We're going to use some board here soon. So we need to wrap this up.
I appreciate that. Could I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
With that summary, do you want us to go forward with further analysis on each of the options, or are you asking us not to pursue option something? So I just want to make sure we're putting our resources where you've
I think we want to pursue A as primary, C as secondary, and there's some clarifying questions that Rachel had on the concept of how you meet minimum standards on concept B. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very good.
that wouldn't get answered with the financial analysis, right?
No, not the
Partial-
financial, just land, space allocation side of things.
Jack, you had...
Yeah, I'm wondering, I said I'm not interested in any of this for revenue's sake, but for an applicant to come in and request, say, a second FBO of any sort, any location, do they have to do a financial analysis as to what revenues additional revenues they'd bring to the community under their proposal?
If we ask them to do that as part of the RFP process, then that could happen that way. It's interesting, though, the FAA doesn't view interest in being on the airport in the eyes of whether or not that business will be successful in terms of profit and loss or whatever. The simple statement of interest is enough to trigger the fact that somebody is interested and the wheels start moving. So in our case with FBOs, we've had multiple parties express interest along the way, as you might recall, and so this was kind of our way in the master plan to think through that logic and come up with something to be able to share with those folks.
Yeah, Michael, may I have one last comment?
Yeah, it's getting close to 1 o'clock. So.
Yeah, I personally believed, consistent with what you know about me, we need actually some more time to hash out exactly where we're going, to give you the direction to go, yeah, let's look at A, which is, I don't know how far you can go because you relocate a few things and leave the door open across the way, so that's A. But what are we asking? Go ahead and do what level of analysis on C? We haven't given you feedback. What financial analysis? What does that really mean if you delve into this with as far as I'm concerned, incomplete understanding of what C means? So I don't know how you can go forward without us finishing this conversation.
Well, I think my summary is asking them to go forward with A as a primary alternative. I mean, that was clear in our discussion that A was a primary alternative. C was a secondary alternative, but it followed, as you pointed out, and some of the board members pointed out, it followed from A. B was really not on the table except for some discussion about equalization of minimum standards and how you could do that. So I'm going to let the staff figure out how to proceed. That's their job, and we'll go from there. It's about 1:01. We're going to take a 5-minute break. That means we're going to be a little bit behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, board members.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Yeah, maybe turn sequential master plan. Better than
Okay, we're back in session. This is the Board of County Commissioners work session on February 7th, 2012. And we're now here, we're going to convene as the Board of Health and have a presentation. So is there a motion to convene as the Board of Health? Or do we have to have a special meeting?
Yes, open a special meeting convening as the Board of Health.
So is there a motion for a special meeting convening as the Board of Health?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? All in favor? Aye. So, Lindy, is that constitute the Board of Health now? Is that?
That does.
Okay, thank you very much. Liz Stark is here. Liz, do you want to begin the presentation?
I'd love to.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Liz Stark, Director of Community Health Services. We're the Pitkin County Public Health Agency. And with me today is Dr. Morris Cohen, the Pitkin County Health Officer. Carla Osberg from Pitkin County Environmental Health and Tom Dunlop, the Environmental Health Advocate for Pitkin County, were unable to join us today, but you do get their memos. So save your questions for them until next time, or you know how to reach them. So I'll just start with reviewing my memo, and so just to give you an overview of what you have printed in front of you. Just wanted to present to you sort of some of our summary of our year-end numbers. And what I did was sort of select our largest programs to let you know sort of how our fluctuations in numbers have gone compared to 2010 and 2011. And so I'll just talk about some of those trends. And I'll start with family planning. As you know, it's our largest program. This is a women's health program that's sponsored by the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, where we offer the goal of that program is to reduce unintended pregnancy, but it also incorporates breast and cervical cancer screenings into that program. And it's our largest program. In 2011, we saw 860 women and performed 3,430 different encounters for those women, men and women. So the numbers over the last few years are pretty comparative. We saw a little decrease last year, but overall, our numbers are remaining relatively static in that program. The Colorado Department of Public Health is always pushing us to increase our numbers. Their mission is to just get as many young men and women seen and to see their goal of reducing unintended pregnancy. So they're always pushing us to increase our numbers. And we push back a little bit because of our capacity and our size and the number of providers that we have. But we're implementing a new system this year that we're excited about, which might improve our clinic efficiencies, improve our patient experience, and also meet the goal of increasing our numbers. And we talked about this a little bit during our budget discussion in November, but we have filled what is called the clinic assistant position. And this position was identified as part of the clinic efficiency study that we had done last October. We identified that we really needed to have a clinic assistant dedicated to our nurse practitioners to help with the flow of patients, doing some of those critical tasks that the nurse practitioner doesn't necessarily have to do, checking people in, doing some routine tests like urinalysis, HIV tests, doing the follow-up paperwork, and really allow the nurse practitioner to focus on the exam that she's skilled to perform. So we've just implemented this in the last couple of weeks, and already our providers are excited about it, and it's allowing them more time in the room with the patient, and all the administrative stuff is being taken care of by somebody else. And the goal of this, one of the goals, is to allow us to increase the clients that we see from 2 an hour to 3 an hour. By freeing up the practitioner with all that administrative work, we can increase the number of people we see per hour and still provide a quality experience, and actually a better quality experience, because the client's really getting dedicated attention and better follow-up. And so hopefully we'll increase our numbers by doing that, and also create some efficiencies in the clinic by implementing that position. And I mentioned some of the other things that we've done to sort of address that program. We do surveys every year, patient satisfaction surveys, and one of the things we've implemented is to extend our hours on 1 day a week. We only offer these services 2 days a week currently. So 1 day a week we offer appointments until 6 p.m., so that allows people to get in after work. So we hope that addresses some of those issues. So I mentioned we've began to offer free HIV testing, so we've seen the number of HIV tests increase, obviously, so sometimes cost has been a barrier for that. And so that's been a real great benefit to our clients, not only for women in our family planning program, for anybody that walks in and just wants to have any array of sexually transmitted disease screenings that we offer. So those HIV tests are free, and so we have seen a good increase in the number of those being performed.
Liz, let me ask you a question. When you do the HIV testing and sexually transmitted disease testing, do you keep in general those statistics, and do you know if those incidences are rising or falling?
Of positives,
Yes.
of positive tests? Yes, and so far, since I've been there, 5.5 years, we have not had a positive HIV test in our clinic. The state actually compiles that data by county and state data. So Pickens County, Community Health Services has not had a positive HIV test. But we are connected with the Colorado, CAP is the acronym. It's a group out of Grand Junction that facilitates counseling and hooks people up with resources. So we have a good connection in terms of if we did have a positive HIV test, we would have resources to refer them to. The other tests the other screenings that we do, for example, chlamydia, gonorrhea, those are reportable. All those are reportable. So they are kept in a database at the state and are reported on the county level. And we have seen an increase, particularly in chlamydia, over the last 10 years or so. And I imagine that's probably a national trend. It's just a very common, very transmissible, sexually transmitted disease that's on the rise.
Okay, thank you.
And as you'll see from my numbers, our immunization program numbers have been down. And I've mentioned this a couple times. I'm not quite sure why. Both the children's immunizations and adult immunizations. And we have some theories. We met recently with Mountain Family Health Center, who's recently opened up the satellite office in Basalt, and sort of learned who they're seeing, what kinds of clients they're seeing. So there may be a possibility that young children are being seen there sort of as in their well child checks and are getting their immunizations there as opposed to coming to us. The numbers don't really pan out, but that's one theory. They're not seeing many adults at Mountain Family Health Center, particularly for immunization, so we're not quite sure if that's a product of the economy. Adults aren't choosing to get those what might seem to be sort of elective, preventative kinds of things. So that's just something that we're watching to see what the trends are in that.
Yes.
Yeah, just briefly, I forgot to bring the newspaper in with me today, but I did save it. When I was in Grand Junction, there was a tragic story in the Sentinel of a family that was coming forward to say, we didn't realize that you could die of flu, and their 17-year-old son had contracted flu and went home sick kind of after football practice and went to bed early and woke up in the middle of the night, coughing up blood, and by the time they got him to the hospital a few days later, it was just too late. And it had some other complications, but they were reaching out to people to say, you really should get a flu vaccine, and we've always thought it's just a minor 24-hour thing, and if we had known, and so I was going to bring you a copy of that to, use this however you'd like. And, the article, of course, put out the same numbers you've always given us about the elderly and the young and the numbers nationwide who die of flu every year. But it was just really brought it home. And, again, in that kind of teenage population that you think can endure and get through anything, it really brought home to me the significance of the work and the outreach you've always done on flu shots.
The February New England Journal of Medicine is a perspective article, which is really very nice, about influenza. I didn't give it to you now because it just came in. You'll get to see it sooner or later. And the big discussion is that people aren't getting immunized because the adults never lived through the polio epidemics, the measles epidemics, the smallpox epidemics. They don't realize that people can die from these things. And they're kind of spoiled. This year is a good year so far. We'll talk about that later. But, if it's your child or somebody you know, it's 100%. And they do get pneumonia. Most of them die from pneumonia. But some of them, the young ones, will get cardiomyopathy. It'll affect the heart muscle also. So these things are real diseases, and the crime is that they're so easy to prevent. And we can do something about it. There are other illnesses where we can't.
Well, in particular with the numbers of the H1N1
2009.
shots, well,
Well, 2009, that was the big bird flu year, right?
That's actually the pig from...
The pig.
Yeah, from...
Yeah, so that...
Right. So, but there were a couple of 2000, the H1N1s, there were a couple more, so you're off.
So there's no question in my mind that's probably why 2009 was elevated.
Yes.
But what were the numbers like before that? Because that's a big drop-off, 3,700 in 2 years down to 1,500. And that's kind of alarming.
Flu shots that we put.
And I had my first flu shot in 15 years.
Everybody...
Here in this office. So
You're adding to
so I'm adding to that total.
When the 2009 H1N1 came out of Mexico, everybody was panicked. And we had our kids nearby on the border. We were worried in the schools here, but everybody was panicked. Mortality was really high until people could get a handle on the public health aspect of it. And so everybody ran because we thought this thing was going to devastate this country. We thought it was going to be like H5N1, the one that we had in Asia that's still sitting out there waiting to attack us, where the mortality was 60%. So everybody ran and became immunized. Last year was a pretty mild year. And the flu shot from last year is exactly the same as the one we're giving now. So I think people become more complacent. They said, well, maybe we have a little immunity left over, or I'm not going to get it. Remember, we only do 50 or 60% in a good year immunization rates. People have excuses to not get it. And even other immunizations, parents can opt out. The laws are very weak about making children who go to school get immunized. You say it's a religious thing or you don't believe in it, your kid doesn't have to be immunized. So we lose the herd effect, meaning that, say you didn't get a flu shot but the rest of us did, you would probably be protected because we're not going to be sick. They call that herd immunity. So yeah, I think people kind of, it's like anything else. If you're afraid, you do anything you can. When you're not worried, you kind of sit back and say, well, I got time,
And then
Yeah, just a question. So the numbers you're giving us, Liz, are, in terms of vaccinations, are from Community Health Services. Community Health Services, do they also, are you also providing those vaccination shots like at the Aspen Ski Companies, health fairs, and other businesses around, the city market and things like that?
We do. This year we did more businesses than we typically do. We, as you know, we do county employees, the city employees, the school district, the fire department. Who else do we do in terms of our large businesses? No, we don't do ski companies. Several years ago, I think they had an agreement with another medical practice in town, and so they historically have taken care of them. This year we held two or three public clinics that were just open to the public, and the numbers in those clinics were down. And I think that, as we've talked about before, there are a lot of reasons for that. As Dr. Cohen mentioned, the media and the hype and the incidence of flu. If you're not afraid, then it's not on your mind. People aren't talking about it, you're not thinking about it. And the other thing is the flu shots were available in many locations, so as you pointed out, these are only the vaccines that we gave and might not be representative of what's going on in the whole population. And we talked about how difficult it is to really find out how much of our community is vaccinated. Dr. Cohen.
Example, I didn't have my flu shot up here. It was August, and I believe in an early flu shot, so I stopped off at Safeway on the way up Valley and had my flu shot. And I'm sure lots of other people have done the same thing. That's probably one of the reasons. But Liz brings up a good point. One of the main ways to have people immunized is to take it to them, bring it to them. And that's what community health does. I think that's a very important fact. Make it available. Make it easy.
So that seems to be, maybe it's a trend now of us finding more of a niche and going to businesses like that as opposed to holding public clinics. Although I think that a lot of people value those public clinics. They've historically gotten a shot there and they like to come there. It's quick and easy. So we'll continue to do that. But the only change that we'll make, as we've talked about, is we probably won't purchase as much vaccine for next flu season as we did this year. We haven't used it all. And I think we were still sort of going off of H1N1. We'd all sort of had the hype, and we wanted to be prepared, thinking that we might have raised some awareness, and maybe there would be an increased demand. And we haven't really seen that for lots of reasons. So we won't purchase as much vaccine, but that doesn't mean, because now also there's not a shortage of vaccine like there had been in years past. Used to, community health services would get their vaccine in September, and then it was gone, and you couldn't get any more. That's not the case any longer. We get it, we order a smaller amount, we use it all, we can always get more. So it's just really about managing our upfront costs with that and trying to gauge what the public demand's going to be. And yes, I'm sorry.
Michael Van. Liz, on the first page of attachment A, what do those totals represent?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, I should have
Could those-
indicated.
I mean, are they individuals? So if somebody came in for planning, family planning, and also got an immunization, they were not counted twice?
They would be. It's program specific. So for example, in the family planning area, the first number under 2011, 860, is the number of unique individuals that were seen in that program. So if they came in for and also got an immunization, they would be counted a second time for receiving an immunization because it's program specific.
Okay, because also we sit as the Board of Social Services, and we've asked Nan to try to figure out, some numbers too, so I'm going to be trying to understand what they mean.
Well,
Thanks
thank
for
you,
that
and if I,
explanation.
sometimes I'm sorry, it's, in my head it's so clear, I'm not, so if something doesn't make sense, I will definitely try to clear that up so that next time it's a little more obvious what those are. But, for example, as you see, for family planning and WIC and Women's Wellness Connection, the smaller numbers are the number of unique individuals. The larger numbers then are the number of encounters associated with doing that. So, for example, a woman comes into the family planning program and she has pap smear and some blood tests and multiple different kinds of procedures done, then that's how those encounters are counted.
And Liz, the Women's Wellness Connection, the one number that went up over the last couple of years, why is that number rising and what exactly does that entail?
That is a program that's also funded through the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment for breast and cervical cancer screening for women aged 40 to 64. And what we assume the increase is, well, first of all, there's been more outreach done by that program at state level, and then really drilling down into communities to do more outreach. So I think it's a direct byproduct of our economy that we're seeing more women in that age group who have lost insurance, lost wages, and don't have access to those preventative health care screenings any longer, either because of the spouse or their own loss of income and insurance. Women's Wellness Connection actually does a survey, and they try to calculate how many eligible women there are in each county based on income and the criteria that is required to be eligible. You have to be documented and have an income of 250% of poverty. So based on what their numbers are, they say we have many more eligible women than we're currently serving, and we're the only Women's Wellness Connection provider in Aspen. There are other providers in Glenwood Springs. So I think that the increase in numbers has been due to the economy and trying to do more outreach with these women. And I think
Also a growing demographic.
I think so too. It's a group of women that historically in our community have maybe had service industry jobs where they never had insurance anyway, or have seasonal positions where they've never had insurance, and that's just a group of women that fall through the cracks, I think. And so we're happy to see those numbers grow. And as I mentioned, we've talked about this over the last year, that program got cut significantly. And even though our numbers are small, we're talking 74 women in 2011, but that's a dramatic increase from our small numbers. And we had the budget cuts from the state. So even though we're seeing an increase in demand and our state dollars have decreased, it really is probably due to our partnership with the Aspen affiliate of the Susan G. Komen Foundation that really has been flexible in allowing us to sort of interchange some of the eligibility criteria and use Komen dollars for these Women's Wellness Connection women who we might be limited and have to cut services if we only strictly use the WWC dollars. So that's been a successful partnership.
Could you say, Liz, that Mountain Family Health also does women's wellness in BOCC?
Yes, they do.
Their caseload has gone down a little bit, but you talked about the numbers being larger than utilization, and we're lucky. The only thing I want to say is we're lucky that women can also go to BOCC, to Mountain Family Health Center, to get the same service.
And Planned Parenthood in Glenwood Springs is also a Women's Wellness Connection provider. So there are options up and down the valley to access this program. And then the last program I'll mention is our prenatal program, which is, as you know, has been a success when we took on the Eagle County part of that. We did see a slight decrease in our numbers in 2011. I think the hospital would say that their birth rates are down at the hospital. Maybe that might be a trend, at least statewide, of birth rates going down. Could be due to the economy too, more people choosing not to have children right now. So, but we continue our contract with Eagle County into 2012, and that's running very, very successfully. Any questions about that?
When do we need to begin the negotiations or discussions about renewal of the contract going forward?
We do that in the fall and late winter. We started a new contract with them January 1st, 2012. So during November, December, Eagle County is sort of looking at their budget and determining how much they're going to allocate to this program. And we reconnect with Aspen Valley Hospital and the Aspen Valley Medical Foundation, who are partners in funding this. And so we've done that for 2012.
Do you want to talk a little bit about possibly going to Elgibel? Because that's an interesting expansion piece.
Continually thinking of ways that we can partner with Eagle County, particularly in the Elgibel area and the building that they have there. We're looking at, and probably will move forward soon with utilizing that space at the Eagle County Community Center on one day a week on Fridays to perform some what we call prenatal intakes. This is where a nurse does an interview with the client and collects all that does the history and draws the initial labs, and doesn't require a physician or nurse midwife to be present, but our nurse does those in our office. So we're partnering with Eagle County to set up an MOU to just use their space to have, and that will do a couple things. It will increase our access to our Eagle County BOCC women who wouldn't have to drive to Aspen for that appointment, so it'll be easier for our clients to access that appointment and use that. The Eagle County is trying to use that space more efficiently. And it frees up time during the rest of the week in our offices when we could be doing other things. Those visits sometimes take an hour and a half to 2 hours, so it sort of frees up the time in our doors and our walls so that we could fill it up with something else and spread it out a little bit further. So we're excited to start that and just do one day a week and see how that goes. Great. All right. Unless you have any more questions about our programs and sort of how 2011 went, I'll move on.
Alyssa, do you give vaccinations for shingles?
Yes, we do.
And are those, how do you make an arrangement for that?
You just call and make an appointment. It's complicated in terms of your insurance coverage. Medicare does cover the Zostavax or shingles vaccine under their Part D plan, which is for prescriptions, but it can only be administered by a pharmacist. It has to work like a prescription you take to your pharmacy and fill it, because that's how Part D works. It's a written prescription, and you take it to your pharmacy, and your pharmacist gives you the medication. Well, that's how the shot is. So there are pharmacies in Glenwood Springs that their pharmacists will actually give you the injection. So you would need a prescription from a physician to get it covered under your Part D. Go to the pharmacy, the pharmacist would give it.
Which is why I got mine as community health, but I pay for it out of my own pocket. But it's catch-22, because when it first came out, it said people should have a Zostavax over the age of 60, and we'll pay for it, but you have to go to the physician, get a prescription, take a rest to get the immunization. I'm laughing because in one of the prescribers' letters that I sent you folks, they've now lowered the age to 50. What's the good if nobody's going to pay for it and people aren't going to get it done? I mean, it's important that we have this because anybody who's had shingles or zoster know it's a horrible disease, and if you're unlucky enough to be left with a post-herpetic syndrome, you could have pain for years, neuropathic pain for years. So people should get it, but there's a hassle involved with it, and people should consider paying for it themselves if it's too much of a hassle.
So for someone that's between 50 and 64 who doesn't have Medicare, we recommend that they check your insurance to see if it's covered. It most likely isn't. But Community Health Services does offer it at a reduced rate. If you we would be cheaper than going to your physician office for it. It's still about $165 for the vaccine. But
And it's about 80% effective, which is nice, you know. And if you've had shingles, you can still get the vaccination. We don't know if it's going to prevent another attack, but CDC says you should probably get it.
How long is the vaccine good for?
Well, 6 to 8 years.
Also wanted to mention that we have recently recruited 3 new board members to our board of directors, and we're very excited about that. Ashley Conley is known in our community as used to work for Aspen Counseling Center. She's a mental health counselor, so we're excited that she brings that mental health perspective to the board. Sarah Oates, who's an attorney in town. We have our current member, Jim Moran, who's been on the board for quite some time, will be mentored. Sarah will mentor him, and so we're glad to have the legal perspective continue. And Mark Devlin, owner and president of Devlin Financial Services. So we have a good variety of expertise that's joined the board, and so we feel like we're getting a good fresh start here in 2012. So we're excited about that. I wanted to give you an update about our public health improvement plan process. At our November meeting, you got an overview from Jordana Pickman, our project manager, about that process. Just as a reminder, the Public Health Act in 2008 mandated that every public health agency would perform a community health assessment every 5 years. So this is part of that mandate, and we have started on that process. Jordana is kind of leading the charge for us. And we're grateful for that. So when we met last, we've just been reviewing the process and learning about the process that the state has lined out for every county. Since then, we have convened what we're calling a project management team, which is really our internal team that will really drive the process and be the decision makers. That team includes Health and Human Services, Nan sits there, Carla from Environmental Health, CJ Oliver from City of Aspen Environmental Health, and Jenny Dyke from Aspen Valley Hospital. So that group is really just to be informed about all the steps along the way and be the ultimate decision makers about the process. Actually, next Monday, February 13th, we will have our first steering committee meeting, and this is sort of a larger group of community members who represent some of our target populations, at-risk populations, and the voices we want to hear from about what their issues might be. So we will meet with them for the first time on next Monday. And the role of that group will be to, these are the people that could ultimately be responsible for implementation of any new strategies that we identify. They'll help us prioritize what comes up, and they'll sort of just be the picture of the community in terms of raising all the issues. If we identify someone that's not there currently, then we can go out, either add them to the group or perform key informant interviews. So our goal is to really collect a lot of qualitative data from both the steering committee and then going back out further into the community to dig deeper into any issues that maybe we need an expert on. So we'll use the steering committee to really help us figure out strategies to collect more qualitative data. And so that's where we're at with that group.
Yes, Rachel.
Do you have any representatives invited from the Chamber of Commerce?
No, we don't. And I've thought about the business community.
I think it'd be good to create a liaison so they understand the healthcare challenges in the county, as well as, inform about their populations and their membership.
That's a great idea. Thank you. I actually have occurred to me. And this is this is an inclusive list of who's currently participating. As I said, I think when we get that group together, we could potentially identify other people that everybody else feels are critical to being there. So the phase of the process that we're in right now, and Jordana Pickman is primarily doing this, is adding to the data. And I think she presented some of the data to you at our November meeting, really just the demographics of Pitkin County. But part of this is collecting any assessments that have been conducted by other organizations over the last 5 years. She's in the last 6 or 8 months been collecting those, and we'll put them together in some kind of a summary format so we can see what's already been done. We've met with our project management team and our regional public health improvement team and POD, So I've got some ideas about how should we drill down further into some of this data. You know, for example, cancer is now the number one reason for morbidity in our county. Well, what kind and why, and you know, just sort of drilling down into some of that data. So that's the sort of the process that we're in now. As we've said, our goal is to submit our public health improvement plan by December 2012. It might be a lofty goal, but we're on track right now. And I just wanted to mention that part of this mandate is also part of the core services that you might remember in the fall was passed by the state, the core public health services. And one of those core public health services is assessment and planning. So this is a process that is not going away. It's not going to be a one-time shot. Once this community health assessment is over, so to speak, in December, it will be done. This will be an ongoing process until 5 years from now we have to do it again. But also in the in-between years, and you know, sort of being the convener of the groups that continuing to be at the table to move the strategies along. Some of the indicators, some of the issues that come up may not really be public health's priorities and have us be responsible for, but we'll want to be engaged in that process nonetheless. So I think this will add another dimension to community health services that historically we haven't participated in. So I think part of our strategic planning for the Board of Directors over the next few months will be to really look at how do we incorporate this new mandate into our daily operations of providing the current services that we provide, but also meeting the mandates, being able to deliver the core services and expand our role in being the public health agency for the county. So that's sort of also something that we're thinking about in terms of that's sort of an internal issue that will probably need to be addressed in the next year or so for our board.
I would just add, Liz is doing a great job. But I know that you all have a joint meeting with the city this afternoon, and you have regular joint meetings. And just a reminder that the city also serves as a Board of Health, and that they are embarking on a separate community health assessment, which has been their choice, and they're working with the county. But there are opportunities for ongoing commitment and collaboration so that our region for Pickens County has one public health improvement plan, if possible, or that we align our two assessments, or that both the city and the county hear each other's assessments so that we're on the same page. So I just wanted to plant a seed that city is moving forward with their own assessment, and there are opportunities for collaboration.
Yes, Rich.
One other question on this. Given that we're a community with a large commuting workforce, is it an assessment of those who only live in Pickens County, or is it an assessment of those who live and work in Pickens County, or live or work in Pickens County?
Well, I think that we have to look at it as live and work, because if you look at the people that represent our target population, take care of all those people.
Sure.
So we have some boundaries in terms of services that we're, the issues and the services that we're trying to address, but it has to be the people that live and work. Now, the population that we've struggled with trying to get a handle on is our tourist and visitor population, is how to really incorporate that. And that may not happen this time. I think this is our first time really going through this process, and we have to consider the capacity that we have and how big we're going to go with this. And as we go through this year and learn more, we may find ways to better include that population. We just don't have ways to collect that data. But that's I thought of the chamber might be the place to kind of get that kind of information when we're ready to do that.
And I appreciate that. I'm glad we're not segregating those populations, but it made me think about how do we integrate that then with the city's work as well. So who are they assessing? So.
Well, Jordana is going to do a regional assessment of Eagle, Garfield, and Pitkin. And that's going to really give us a sense of our working population that doesn't live here and what their primary health issues are. They may be the same, they may be different, but really exciting is the regional effort, and the way the data is going to come in for us is going to be, for the first time, we'll really be able to see locally what's happening and also with our working population.
Thank you. And I also wanted to just comment on the City of Aspen Environmental Health Department. They're using their Aspen Area Community Plan process as sort of the groundwork for their Public Health Improvement Plan, which had some environmental health indicators in it. And so they are at the table with us and our project management team, and are willing to share lessons learned along the way. But as Nan said, they will submit a separate Public Health Improvement Plan, and we will share our plans at the end of everything. But remember, they're strictly environmental health, so their scope, I think, is much smaller than ours. And but the goal is to be sharing, and we do have that cooperation with them to do that. And specifically to environmental health, it's been great having Carla at the table, working with the state, because what we realize is they're and I don't want to speak for them, but there's not a lot of data about environmental health indicators. And so what Carla Osberg and Tom Dunlop have done is put together a pretty extensive list of environmental health indicators that might be possible for us to find data on. And what's great is that the state is even looking at this and trying to help them sort through it. It was sort of, everybody is still continuing to figure out how to incorporate public health and environmental health. So in this process, it's the same. And I think at every level, people are still challenged by how to be sure to always include environmental health indicators. And one challenge is that there's not a lot of data. So Carla is going to be working with the state and also with this regional group. I'm really trying to come up with some good environmental health indicators that have some good data behind them that we can assess during this process. So that's exciting. I'll tell you about the Aspen to Parachute Dental Health Alliance. Trying to think what the timing of when we spoke about this last, but you may recall that the Alliance had written several large grants to large foundations in the state to help fund a freestanding dental clinic. And the time was not in the stars, the timing wasn't right, and we probably weren't quite ready. Maybe our community and regional area wasn't quite ready for this. But there was no money. So we sort of regrouped in 2012 and tried to refocus our energies locally with the role of the regional oral health consultant, whose primary role is in prevention and education. So we've sort of listed some of the activities that she's been involved with over the last couple of months, and it's been really exciting because particularly in the school projects, just had some exciting responses from the schools, and we already know the work that she's doing with Garfield County in, which school district would that be? RE2, Garfield, Rifle, and that area, going in and doing screenings for children in the elementary school, doing hygienist screenings and then referring them on. That's been a very successful program that the Alliance has been partnering with Garfield County on. And so we're just trying to expand on those things and sort of up at this end of the valley. So as I mentioned, Kelly went to a health fair at the middle school in Aspen last fall and did an oral health presentation to sixth graders. She went to the BOCC High School last month and did a presentation with Latinas Arriba, which is a group of Latina teens who get together and just talk about teen issues. And so they talked about oral health, and it was about bad breath and kissing and all the things that a teen worries about in relation to their mouth. And so it was just a great educational opportunity for that age group. And so that just being there prompted the BOCC High School to really look in other ways that Kelly, as the regional oral health consultant, can participate in their health screenings. As you know, they do vision and hearing screenings already. Can we incorporate some kind of an oral health screening into those as a standard procedure? So each step opens up new opportunities. We will continue the Senior Mobile Dental over last year. This was a nonprofit out of Colorado Springs that focuses on the oral health of seniors. So we brought her here last year, and it was a huge success in Aspen and up and down the valley. And so we have committed to bringing her back 4 times this year, and actually looking at Pickens County Senior Services will participate again. We're also looking at doing it, partnering with Eagle County and doing a clinic at the Algebal site, and more sites down in the Rifle and Silt area, I believe, and that's been a big success. Kelly has also been instrumental in connecting us with the Colorado Partnership for Children's Oral Health. As you can see, it's a consortium of large Colorado foundations interested in children's oral health, and they have approached the Alliance to participate in a pilot to really assess the readiness of oral health professionals, dentists, to take Medicaid and CHP, and also to encourage oral health prevention for children 3 and under, which is the whole premise of Cavity Free at 3. The idea is the sooner you get them into the dentist and you provide that education, particularly to the parent, the better their oral health will be over their lifetime. So we are meeting with Caring for Colorado this month to really learn more about that pilot project. And we did have a conference call with them recently, and they said that they selected us because of all the progress that we've made in our community with the position of the regional oral health consultant. But they selected 2 communities in the state, and I think the other was in Weld County, where they really have nothing going on. So they sort of wanted to pick 2 sites, sort of see what the readiness of those communities are. So we were excited about that opportunity, and hopefully we'll be participating in that this spring, I believe. And that's all I have. Does anybody have any questions?
Is that all you have?
All I have. And I didn't think I could talk that long.
Yes.
That's good.
Let me just point out that, the fluoride issue is not done, and if we're talking about oral health, the best way to besides teaching people good oral hygiene is having fluoride in the water. Really important. I'm a scientist, and I've gone through all the literature, and the science is there. Okay. Now we have to get through the emotion to get the right decision. Can I say just a couple words on influenza? Usually this has been a boring flu season because the incidence of influenza has been low. We're below national norms in Denver and also on the western slope. And when I meet with community health every month, we talk about this, and I like to follow the curve because, as you know, there's 3 circulating viruses. It's the H3N2, it's the H1N1 2009, which isn't really able to keep up with the H3N2, which is the main type A, and then the Bs. And we also know that the A's usually peak end of December, early January, the Bs late January and February. And I've been watching this because the incidence has been really low. We're just starting to see many states now get moderate involvement. And I'll give you an example. Normally they screen for influenza about 3,000 specimens per week. And last year, we were running in peak season 29% positives. This year, we were running 3% positive. And then I met with the group, and I said, this is great, and look at the curves now. We've peaked, and now the last 2 weeks we're coming down. There are curves. Well, I spoke too soon. The last 3 weeks we're now up again. We're up to 7%. Okay, Northern Europe, China, etc., are running 60% infectivity rate. So I think we're going to see a late peak. In April or May, I think we're going to have some real problems. This is my opinion, but looking at the curves, they're not falling off anymore. So all I have to say is if you haven't had your flu shot, get it, okay? There's still time. You need to get it. Because I think we're going to have a spring problem. Everybody thinks of influenza as being a winter illness, and it is. But if you look at the literature, we have cases in July and August, and people get sick. Not a lot, but we do have cases. So this is important, and I just wanted to bring this up. So I'm backtracking. I'm changing my philosophy on this one, okay, for reasons that are scientific. I have a subscription to this thing called the Prescriber's Letter. It comes out every month, and they talk about myths, what's true, what's not true, different new drugs, immunizations. Example, they'll say, well, if you have leg cramps and from a statin and you want to take CoQ10, it's okay, but we don't know if it does any good, that kind of thing. They'll give you the science, but it's not going to hurt you. So I pulled a couple out from last month, and I just wanted to mention it. One is vitamin E, which is a biggie, and we just think that a couple of years ago we were taking lots of vitamin E, 400 units, it's going to fix our hearts. prevent cancer, etc. They finally did the studies, and they were done in the last year, and it doesn't prevent cancer. It probably causes prostate cancer and some of the other cancers. These are large doses now, 400 units. If you take a multivitamin with 100 units, you're probably fine. So I don't want you to stop taking your one-a-day vitamins. You're not going to get sick from that. But there's a higher incidence of hemorrhagic stroke and other problems with vitamin E. Because we've always known that vitamin E, like so many other medications and also naturals, is a platelet inhibitor, like garlic and ginkgo. They all inhibit the platelets, so they can make you bleed. So I think you should be aware of that, and everybody should be aware of that. So that's important. There are a couple of new things with the vaccines. They used to say that after a woman delivers, she should have her Tdap, so she's protected against tetanus and acellular pertussis and diphtheria. The problem is nothing protects the infant for the first couple of months because they don't start their immunization until they're about 6 weeks or 2 months, and they get a series of 3. So the new recommendation now is at 20 weeks in the pregnancy, if a woman is not immunized, she should get a Tdap. And I think that's important. So, and what we're doing is trying to protect the baby, the infant. Because remember now, we've had epidemics. Colorado is about the second most common state. California is number 1, where thousands of people were infected, and most of these are children under the age of 6 months of age, because they're not immunized, and their parents aren't immunized. So that, I think, is important. Okay, and the only vaccination, flu vaccine that could not be given to a pregnant woman is the nasal, the live virus. We don't want to do that. The others are not live. She can't get sick from it, and that's important. Okay, meningitis. We're back in the news. Texas now is first state to make it mandatory that if you go to college, you have to be immunized against meningococcal meningitis. There are about 20 other states that recommend it, but it's not mandated. So I thought that this is important. They also recommend that now children, this is CDC, 11 and 12 should be immunized against meningococcal meningitis, and 16 right before they're ready to go into college. Because even in the valley where we're isolated, and we always see a couple of cases of meningococcal meningitis every year. It usually comes from down valley where people are crowded, because it's crowding that spreads this bacteria. It's in the bacteria. Shingles we already talked about, so I'm not going to do that again. Interesting piece on dyslipidemia, in other words, high cholesterol, low HDL, high triglycerides. And people used to ask me about this a long time ago, and I'd give them the answer I thought was right. Well, now, the recommendation is that we should be screening children, 11 and 12-year-olds, or 17-year-olds. We're probably not going to do much as far as medication, because we really don't know, unless somebody is really high and they have hereditary hyperlipidemia. Because we don't know what the long-term effects will be. If you're very high, we're going to do something about it. But the average person, it's a wake-up call for parents and children to say, okay, let's get thin, let's exercise, let's watch our weight, let's eat proper foods. And I think that's an important thing. So the powers that be now are now leaning to taking care of children also and being a little bit more aggressive. So I thought these are important things that you folks should be aware of. That's all I have.
Any further questions? Liz, Dr. Cohen, thank you. Nan, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Lindy, do we need a motion to adjourn as the Board of Health?
I move to adjourn as Board of Health.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Have they set the health fair date yet this year?
I don't know. Call Jenny Dyke. She'll know. Because we know it'll be in June.
First week of June.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I need to know because I give the lecture on the lab.
I gotta need to get that in my calendar. Okay, thank you. Thanks again.
Mike, we're going to take a break. Okay? So we're set to come back to cover memos of interest and future agendas at 2:15.
Perfect.
It is a BOCC work session. It's about 2:15 in the afternoon of February 7th, 2012. We're going to take up our meeting with memos of interest. What's on the, what's here? We have scoping comments regarding the proposed sale portion of the USFS. I remember I wrote a letter about this. Aspen Ranger administrative parcel. Ellen, what are you going to tell us about this?
Well, yeah, the letter was signed by you. The Forest Service is, I think you all are aware of the fact that the Forest Service is proposing to sell a 1 acre portion of the 3 acre administrative site here in Aspen. And the purpose of the sale is primarily to get proceeds to be reinvested into facility reconstruction projects across the forest. And one of the projects that they're proposing that I know Rachel has been somewhat involved with over the last year is redevelopment of the administrative site.
I'm familiar, less involved.
Redevelopment of the remaining 2 acres of that administrative site here in Aspen. And so they are seeking scoping comments, and I took the liberty of suggesting comments that I thought you would support based on my understanding of where you've been on in the past on this aspects of redevelopment of this site. And so I have put together comments, and the gist of them is to suggest that you are in support of the proposal generally as a means of generating funds for redevelopment of the Aspen facility and possibly others, and that you would like to suggest that the sale of the property as a first option be made available to municipal and county local governments so that consideration can be given to whether or not this site should remain in public hands. It may or may not be appropriate for some kind of public facility outside of the federal hands. And that may or may not include consideration for affordable housing. And so that's one of the recommendations. And then the second recommendation is that any of the proceeds that come off the sale of the property be reinvested locally on the Aspen-Sopris district, ideally, and at a very minimum on the White River National Forest. So those are the 2 principal recommendations in the letter that I've drafted for your review. And so I'd like to hear from you as to whether I missed anything, whether you agree with those comments or they need to be modified. Before I pass it off to you, I'll say that the comment period actually was over, it was fairly brief, and it was over on the 31st of January. I've spoken with Forest, and they said these are scoping comments. There is some leeway, and they are willing to take your comments as soon as we can get them completed, but sooner rather than later.
Board, do you have any comments for Ellen? Yes, Rachel?
Well, the first one, at least for me, on your second bullet point, I think we should just leave it without the or at a minimum in the White River National Forest. I think we should leave it that they should stay in the Aspen-Sopris district.
Okay.
That's just my thought. They're going to follow that or ignore it, however, but I don't want to give them the out in our comments. The second would be a new bullet point, and I'm not really sure exactly how to phrase it if the board agrees, but and acknowledging there's no direct linkage between their sale of the Elgibel Tree Farm riparian zone property and this property, given that it all seems to be to receive enough proceeds to upgrade their facilities, we would like to reiterate our interest in seeing the riparian zone of the Elgibel property maintained in public ownership and with public access. or deed restricted in such a way before it's sold it can never be developed. I don't know the full extent of the language, but and when we've had conversations with them, it's been always kind of about both. Well, at some level, that I know I've expressed that, hey, I can understand you selling some lots off the Aspen parcel a lot sooner than selling the riparian area that's pristine by the river to be, So I think that there might be some way to kind of reiterate our interest in that. I don't want collectively to be everything about let's getting more money for the facilities, so we have to sacrifice that area. Given that we're seeing at least 2 parcels for the Forest Service being sold within our community, to reiterate that there was a priority for habitat, native vegetation on the other. Yeah. Again, I know it's a little tangential, but they've been saying they're selling that to rebuild facilities, and they're selling this to rebuild facilities. It seems like you might be able to structure some sort of tie-in on that. And then the last question, I really don't know if it's been eliminated for other reasons, or the board had different feelings about it, or the city did, or AFTA. But I've always wondered about whether the front of that area should be, set back further to allow more of a bus pull-off or anything like that there. I just don't know, but maybe that's more about their other master planning of the rest of their site anyhow.
Yeah, I don't think that relates specifically to the parcel they're anticipating or proposing to sell.
Yeah.
That fronts on Main Street, and this parcel does not.
Board, any other comments for Ellen? Yes, Jack?
For me, having dealt with the Wexner property and the resource management plan by the BLM, and now this, for me, it's pretty obvious that land is unequal in value and, how we look at it. Now, I'm wondering, I understand direct, bullet 1, direct sale to another government entity. And we clearly looked at that one with the resource management plan and made that statement in our comments. And that was, I think, we didn't say facilities. We were looking at raw land. Now, I would need to be corrected if I need to be. But land and facilities are different. And I wonder if we need to make this statement here. What I'd like to see is the site maximized for value, with all the other things that we talked about in some preliminary communication within the memo. For example, about, housing and et cetera, and we're not addressing that, but I just wonder, this is about a facility within an urban area. It's not like it's, 1,000 acres that we're concerned about going out of the public hand. So is this really our view? Is that across the board, land and facilities? Always first shot for government? I just raised the question. Or if it's necessary when it's in an urban area like this.
Well, I don't quite understand the question that you're posing to us.
Well, it's, to me, number one, land is unequal, and property is unequal. Facilities are quite different than raw land. This is a facility within, very much in the urban growth boundary of Aspen, and the idea, if we really want some other enhanced facilities, is maximizing value, return. If this goes to a government entity, it's not going to maximize return. Who can afford to buy it at free market rate? So I say cash out and put it locally and reinforce that next bullet.
I'm not any closer.
I find land and facilities.
I think Jack is asking, do we really want to ask for that offered to governmental bodies first language? And I was under the impression they still are going to offer kind of fair market value whether they offer it to government or not. So I don't think there's anything wrong with having the precedent continue that we had the first shot at looking at it.
Yeah, and I think the first shot reflects that there may be a greater public benefit if it is purchased by another government agency for the use of something like employee housing. So asking for that, I don't think we're asking them to sell it to us at a subsidy.
Or
We're
bargain
asking,
rate, yeah.
you know, I mean, if they want to, you know, offer it to us for a price that's slightly below market, great, because the public benefit that they're going to get is being a member of the community as well. I like keeping it in. I understand where you're coming from in terms of lands not being equal and in those aspects, but I don't think we're asking them to diminish their balance sheet valuation by, you know, offering it to a government agency first.
Yeah, and I didn't see that in the letter. I just saw that we wanted to be offered to a public entity. I didn't see anything about price or valuation or anything. George?
I agree with all that.
Okay. So is there any fundamental disagreement with that? And Ellen, can you tie in what Rachel asked you to tie in?
I want to make sure I'm not sure I quite understand. I understand that we want to reiterate our desire to keep that El Jabal River parcel open to public access at minimum, and ideally to remain in public hands. I'm not sure how you want to balance that with this proposal.
Could I?
Sure, go ahead.
When I was listening to you, Rachel, my thought was, you know, towards the end of the letter, you could, you know, make the relationship. We understand that, you know, liquidation of this parcel is to help with development, just like liquidation of the tree farm parcel, and we'd like to just take this opportunity to reiterate, you know, our comments that we'd like the riparian area kept in.
Yeah, and that even as we're trying to raise money for these
Sorry to
new
interrupt.
facilities, no, you did it quite well.
Perfect.
It was perfect. Yeah, and that even as we're trying to raise money for these new improved facilities, the value of the open space land should not be diminished, the riparian areas in that pursuit.
Is that okay, Ellen? Any further helpful comments for Ellen?
Well, I did ask, should we delete the "or elsewhere" in the White River National Forest?
Yeah, I think that was a good suggestion. Does everybody agree with that? We just, in the Aspen district? Okay.
Okay. That's it?
Thank you
I
very
think
much.
that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen.
That's our only MOI.
We're ramping up slowly on those.
Okay.
John, are there any future agenda items?
Just a few things to bring your attention to, in addition to what the board has. Just a reminder, February 15th, we do have a public meeting set up in Basalt to talk about DOW's comments in relation to our comments on the Bureau of Land Management's resource management plan.
John, on that, I'd like to, I think it's 6 to 8, we ought to put that in here.
Okay.
And, you know, but staff could check on that, but that's what
That's what we had talked about. Yeah.
John, what's the format of that exactly? Is it a meeting that's going to be run by the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission?
Well, we've been discussing that, and it actually looks like I may be facilitating to set context for that, but the content is going to come from DOW. And so Kevin Wright will be there. I'll be there to explain the context and to try and moderate the discussion. And so it'll also be an opportunity for us to remind folks that they still have time to submit their own comments. You know, whatever they think to the BLM regarding the resource management plan.
And the BLM comment period was extended to February 27th, is that right?
I think it's the 29th. I think it's
29th?
the leap year month.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe it'll get extended again.
Any questions on that issue?
No, I should just put out there for the board that I scheduled a lot of dental work that day on the 15th before this meeting was set, and so I'm just going to have to see how I'm feeling at 6 o'clock, so whether I'll be able to make it there or not.
Won't you be full of painkillers?
Well, yeah, it could be a very happy meeting at some level. We'll just have to see.
Rachel will be our note taker then.
Yeah.
Any further?
Yeah, a couple more, just things to point out again. February 21st, George, we do have the climate change resolution on there. You've been asking about that. On the 22nd, and what will be the 23rd, this is really kind of an open discussion item, but I just wanted to note, and we'll go into more detail, that Eagle County and BOCC have agreed to create the appointing committee for the BOCC library. We'll be adding a resolution. I'm going to be asking you for guidance here in a moment as to who from the board we'd like to appoint to that committee. We'll be bringing a resolution forward on the 22nd. And right now, they're looking to bring that we're looking to bring that committee together from 10 to 2 on February 23rd to interview candidates. So we'll talk more about that during open discussion. I just wanted to. March 1st, just want to note that's when the second meeting of the subcommittee for the EOTC is scheduled right now.
That's for the entire EOTC or just a subcommittee?
That's just a subcommittee. We set up 2 meetings.
So my question then is, this is March 1st?
And then the city hosts
The full EOTC is the March 22nd.
Yeah.
I had a note here on March 1st, just bear with me for a second. Yeah, March 1st, it's at the Airport Operations Center. I'd like to see whether we can have it someplace that's a little easier to get to, so you don't have to buy a car. So it could be in Snowmass, it could be in Aspen, it could be at CMC, but you can't get to the Airport Operations Center easily.
Okay.
You know, on Mass Transit.
Yeah. Okay.
Take a fuel tanker.
We'll get you a pass and you can, that's the plan. Okay. And that was it that I had for future agendas at this point.
Okay.
Except that we are going to be taking a look, pursuant to the conversations we had during the retreat about having more time to brainstorm on the issues that we really want to focus on and more time to be creative around those. We're going to be trying to find some blocks of time during a work session and restructuring that, but we haven't, obviously didn't have time to do that between the retreat and now, to really sit down and brainstorm that. That's all I have unless the board has other items on future agendas.
Any future agenda items for the board? George?
Two things. On February 14th, we have an exec session set up for personnel for 2 hours. Is the format going to be for the board to meet first for part of that time period and then to be able to do the evaluations?
We have some time scheduled tomorrow at the end of the meeting for the board to meet.
Over here?
Yeah. And so that 2-hour time period is just allocated for having time with John and John Ely.
Okay, I missed that. I guess I didn't see that on tomorrow's packet.
Okay.
The other thing I have is on March 20th, when we have our prep for the EOTC meeting, and assuming that's the report back from the subcommittee, we only have a half hour for that. I just wonder if that's going to be enough time, if there are any questions and discussion.
I thought we had an hour. Oh, yeah, we do only have, I don't think that, I think that's supposed to be 2 o'clock and not 1:30 in that slot, George, so we'll get that changed, but I do think we're going to need a little longer.
Just in terms, John, of your long-term planning on future agendas, given that the New York Giants won the Super Bowl, I am not going to be here the week after Labor Day because they now will play the season opener in the Meadowlands on that Thursday night after Labor Day, and I'm already going to be in that part of the world for a wedding. I'm going to stay the whole week. and go to the season opener, so kind of set my travel plans.
September.
That's right, we're planning ahead, but it's important sometimes for him to know when he's going to have a quorum or not, but I will not be here the week after Labor Day.
Okay.
Any further comment? So we move on to, yes, George.
I know we have board reports now, but I wonder if we could swap with open discussion first. There are some timing issues, and I know we have to be at City Hall, so I want to make sure we don't run short on some critical open discussion.
Sure. Is that okay with the board that we
Do you
do
know
with
an hour? Board discussion's going to be that long?
I don't know, but there are some timely issues. I'd rather get those out of the way, not have time to address them.
Is that okay?
Sure. All right, well, I'll start with what I already mentioned during future agendas, which is appointment for the appointing committee of the Basalt Library District. Did have discussions with Bill Kane and Keith Monte. And what I'm handing out is just a brief email string with Keith. Eagle County met yesterday, and they did appoint John and Sarah Fisher and John Stabney, thank you, to be on the appointing committee. Basalt, I think, is going to be having that discussion this week. I would like to get direction from the board about which two members you would like us to have appointed. We need to prepare a resolution for this appointing committee. Also noting that we're running up against some timing, significant timing issues if we're going to have a board seated before it's now 4 members come off the board. And so we are looking to have a 4-hour meeting between 10 and 2 on February 23rd. That's a Thursday. That is the same day as the EOT subcommittee meeting, but that meeting is in the afternoon. Right now, we're anticipating that the location will be at the Basalt Library. The 2 Eagle County commissioners are planning on traveling over. The town of Basalt has agreed to host and provide lunch for us, and we currently have 17 applicants that have already been solicited through the library district's process, and we can continue to do some solicitation also, but it's a pretty robust pool right now that the group will have to review. So I think the first question would be to discuss who would like to maybe ask for volunteers, or Michael, I don't know how you'd like to handle this, to see if we can get 2 commissioners or corral 2 commissioners to be on the appointing committee at this point.
Who would want to be on the board?
Well, it's, be careful what you wish for. But I think it's very important. I'm glad that Basalt and Eagle County agree. I talked to the mayor of Basalt the other day. He was very excited about this new process. I think that whoever the commissioner is in the Down Valley District should be one of those, because that person may be in the Basalt Library District. I certainly am. So, and I've been very involved with this whole process from the start. So,
I nominate George for one of the 2 seats.
Is that what you're saying, George? You'd like to be on the board?
well, I'm saying be careful what I yes, I will do it.
Are there any other commissioners who want to be on that board? I'll be on that board. Fine.
Okay. I thought that was going to be first.
I'd be interested, but I have a Club 20 meeting that same day, so I'm not going to...
So, John, in terms of the process, in terms of timing, right now the library has received 17 applications for 4 positions, and depending on which seat. One of those positions is for someone who's reapplying for another term. And the Basalt Library has extended their deadline for applications to February 10th, I think this coming Friday. And but we need to have some who's going to coordinate in terms of setting up the interviews and timing and that whole process like we normally do for our candidates, and ensure that all the applications are distributed in advance to the committee?
Right now, the managers are coordinating that. I'm thinking it's looking like, I believe it's the town clerk may be a good central linchpin for that, and Basalt, and I think, I believe Bill has volunteered some of her time. I need to confirm that. Keith and I may have assumed that a little bit. So at any rate, we're still working on pulling that process together. We wanted to start with getting a date and time, and now we're going to start working on the process together. We have not nailed that down yet, George, but that's certainly on our radar screen now, is how are we going to collect the information, how are we going to get it distributed, more importantly, how are we going to schedule our interviews and discussion time so we can get through the appointment process. We may want to do some pre-screening, depending on how many applicants we really have, and we need to figure out how to do that with the committee. So this has been it's taken a while to get to the point of having the entities, I think, agree, and now that we've agreed to move forward on this, it's moving pretty fast, and a lot of the discussions were happening Thursday and Friday when we were in retreat. So I'm going to get back to you, but it is on our radar screen right now. But I believe the town is willing to take a role in being that linchpin, which makes a lot of sense because of their proximity.
Okay, and then will you, or I could call Barb Milner, who's the acting interim director, just to let her know that this date, we've got the subcommittee committed, and this date works for us for the interview process.
Yeah.
So she was a little concerned about that.
And we've been in touch with Barb. I know that the last discussion I had with her, we hadn't nailed down the dates, and I suggested that we needed to figure out who was going to be on the committee and when that committee could meet. And so, I'll be happy to give Barb a call. I've been in touch with her and the library district attorney.
There just seems to be a lot that need to happen in a very short period of time.
Yes, there is. Yeah.
The question I have on that issue is, it's going to be a 6-member appointing board, and if it's a 3-3 deadlock on any one person, what's going to be the...
Well, the default in statute is typically that a deadlock is a null action, so that would not be an appointment.
Yeah, typically, but I think that needs to be expressed expressly, so people understand the ground rules.
Okay.
Wow. Jack?
When is the next Basalt Library Board meeting?
I do not know that off the top of my head, Jack.
I'm wondering, do they even have a quorum?
Well, I believe it's March. They will not have a quorum. I believe that the meeting that we're shooting for is March 11th, that they would not have a quorum if we can't get the appointment process done before that.
No, but so that's the next meeting, therefore they won't miss a meeting without a quorum?
My understanding is right now they will not miss a meeting without a quorum.
Well, as far as how to organize this, etc., and I know this is a little challenge because we're initially trying to put it together, but ultimately it ought to be the Basalt Library staff that coordinate all this stuff. As far as setting up meetings, providing the applicant, who's applying? People that are applying for the Basalt Library Board. They're taking the applications, etc. So the process ought to be more than just appointment. You ought to figure out how to transition while we're doing this discussion.
Yeah, and the Basalt Library District Board has been taking on most of that responsibility. I think the transition to having a body made up of elected officials from each of the entities, we wanted to be able to staff that a little bit so that we could understand the process and have some control over scheduling and that sort of thing.
Rachel?
I was just going to ask, because this is a new process, do we have to formally adopt, quote, the subcommittee process? Yes, because it came from statute, that we could either appoint this way or that way, we're not going to this better way.
And that's what we'll do. So this meeting will happen on the 23rd. Our next regular meeting is on the 22nd. And so we'll bring a resolution forward to appoint George and Michael, and at the same time, we'll note that the change in the appointment process from the technical perspective.
And then it's a small detail, but I'm sure that they're going to be noting on each application which district they're from, what part of the district are they from. So are they a Picken County resident, so we can, divvy up the pool that way. And then I will also just agree with Jack that over time, the staff of the library will need to be taking the responsibility for this, manage of the board, obviously, but that's an over time thing.
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with that, just from the point of view of, given that one of the problems with the library board was that it was too hermetic, that it was all self-contained, and that was actually one of the problems. And the solution, actually, to that kind of closely held board and staff was to expand the responsibilities out to the various larger political jurisdictions. So I'm not sure that that's, at least in my understanding, that's not actually the trend here. The trend is take control of this board and hand it to these jurisdictions. Do not keep it within the library. Otherwise, we would have appointed all people in the SAL.
May I? My suggestion is, this year, I think we've got to just get the committee together. It's going to take some staff time from each of the entities right now because we need to understand what the process is. And then after we go through this first year, I think we can start to get a sense of, how comfortable we are with the library district staff and what role they play in that process and what role we want staff from each of the entities to play. It's brand new, and we're doing this very quickly, and so we're not, I think we need to go through it once and then come back and evaluate, what kind of changes we want to make in the future.
Okay.
Jack and then George.
Yeah, John, I absolutely agree with that because it is a new process, as it were. But ultimately, the library has to take charge of this. They're funded by the public, and they're autonomous as a district. We're supposedly dealing with appointment, and that's going to evolve. So I agree with you.
John, I was just want to say, we have a DOTC subcommittee that day at 3. I won't be able to make that then. There's no way down in Basalt, and it's not going to run on time.
What day is that, John?
Thursday.
It's on Thursday, the 23rd.
Push that to 4 o'clock is probably more likely, but 3 o'clock is not.
Well, we can look at that, or I was thinking about being down there for that meeting too, George, and I may drive because of my meeting schedule, and if we had an hour to get back up here, I could drive you too.
Yeah, I'm just saying, assuming that everything goes like clockwork and we're done at 2 o'clock after interviewing 17 people. So if we could push it to 4 o'clock or 4:30, it's a subcommittee, it probably works better for the other members who are probably working as well.
Okay.
Let's see if we can do that.
Why is it on our future agendas for March 1st?
That's the second meeting. So we have 2 meetings of the EOTC subcommittee. You should have one on, I believe it's February 23rd.
We have one this week.
We have one this week.
This week, and March
1st.
Yes.
So there isn't one the 23rd. That's what I thought when you said that.
Oh, you know what? I apologize. I was looking at my calendar. That's a staff meeting to kind of review. I apologize. That's on me.
Okay, much easier, everything's better.
Good. Let's.
I thought there was only 2 meetings.
There is only 2 meetings.
One is Thursday and March 1st.
Staff has scheduled time to do any processing that we need to do. So, okay. Can I move? Are we good on the library?
Yes.
District discussion at this point?
Well, actually, just a mechanical thing. How's the meeting going to be run? Who's going to chair it?
Yeah, we've got to figure that out. It is an interesting setup with an exactly even number of board members, 2 from each entity, so we do need to figure all that out. Okay, at 4 o'clock, we're going into our joint meeting with the City of Aspen, and per our request, the city has kind of opened up the first part of the agenda, really for us to talk about our goals and such. So first, I just wanted to hand out our notes, and these are our rough notes of our focus areas for 2012 that we discussed in the retreat. So they'll have a copy, as you know, of the strategic plan. We've received a copy of their top 10 goals, but I just wanted you to have this for reference. I was not going to print this out for distribution unless you think it's important, but the notes are still kind of rough. They're not really. The other thing I wanted to bring to your attention is, as you probably saw in the memo for the Pro Challenge bike race, the city is once again asking us to contribute in-kind our services for community development and the Sheriff's Department. Did I not hand out enough there? Okay. What I wanted to do was just hand out this policy as a reminder. This is our policy regarding ComDev fees, that we reimburse them for nonprofits.
We can choose to.
We can choose to. And so, I don't know if this is organized as a nonprofit or a charitable nonprofit. It is organized as a charitable nonprofit. My suggestion, I had a chance to talk with Michael a little bit about this, and George gave me a call yesterday, is you guys, I would suggest taking a little bit more time to discuss this. This is a bigger issue around special events and our involvement in special events like we talked about during the retreat. I think we can take the request under advisement along with the update, and we need to come back and have some more discussions about this.
Have they already made the request?
It's in their memo update where they're requesting that we consider it, and so I don't think they're
and administrative.
correct for all fees. All fees that we would charge, they're looking for those to be in kind. Just like to say, I think there's some questions on scope, whether it's just for the men's events or for the also the men's and women's and other events. It's almost stretching into almost 9 days. Is it? Or not 9 days, but 9 different events that are going on during that time period. So
Some of the events are maybes.
and some of the events are maybes, yeah. So I just wanted you to be, if you hadn't seen that, didn't want you to be surprised by that request.
Yes, Jeff. I'm wondering, what was our procedure here? If we said this was acceptable, have we waived a fee and then taken it out of our discretionary fund?
Yeah, that's how it was.
Because by the time you get, and I'm not saying we would, but if they were sheriff, ComDev, admin, we've used it up. So anyway.
You'd use up your whole discretionary fund on that. Now, if you guys gave us direction, we could find other ways, to make that happen. And so you shouldn't limit yourself based on the discretionary fund. I just think it's a bigger policy issue that we still need some time to flesh out. That's my advice. So.
Yeah, it's a big precedent.
We think it's a bigger policy issue? Do you think it's?
Well,
I think it's a big
I'm trying to figure. I don't think it's a big. No. The city would like us just to make that. I think it's a bigger policy issue that we need to discuss based on the discussions we've had about our role in special events and the discussion we just had in the retreat. So.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me that they fall in very different categories. If someone's having a one-time, one-evening event for the animal shelter, and they've come in and requested some fee refunds, and, it's usually on the scale of $500, something like that, that's one thing. That's something they're doing on their own without any participation from the county or the city or endorsement of the event or anything like that. this is the potential of a special event that we are participating in with the city as a co-applicant for multiple days for the benefit of the whole community via the tourism generation. They're just different categories of types of events, and I think it could stand some policy discussion surrounding it.
George?
Yeah, in the past, where we've used our discretionary fund is to refund the actual permit fee.
Correct.
And not any in-kind at all. So we have other options. But I'd also want to, as we have further discussion on this, get a better understanding on the scope in terms of what the city is actually asking us for, and then have the sheriff give us a better sense in terms of what that means out of his budget.
But it also goes to the issue of just special events in general, and how this community is going to fund special events. This is just our first challenge. And so it seems to me that you could have a special recreation district countywide and raise levy money to pay for all these events, because the county doesn't actually have a budget for special events. And so I don't know how we, because that raises the question, the county's always saying we don't have money for this and that. Then all of a sudden we have money either for whatever, out of nowhere, for something somebody's just invented. What's going on? I mean, if I were a citizen, I'd want to know what's going on. And if it's a community benefit, if the entire community sees it as a benefit, then the community, seems to me, would be willing to step forward and pay for that benefit. But those are policy questions.
And part of the policy question is what our role as a county is in supporting special events. Is it a financial role? Is it a support, go out there and get them role? And the fact of the matter is that our budget, as it pertains specifically to to a big portion of the general fund, is a blueprint, not mortar and stone. So, yeah, we don't have money budgeted for it, but that's based on our blueprint, and we change that blueprint all the time. So, the bigger issue is, what's our role? Is our role to pat, special events on the back, or is our role? And I'm not saying I know the answer. But I think the question has never been answered officially by this board. And the board changes as different members of the board change, so the policy direction changes as different members change. But if our policy is, we will not put financial money towards special events, let's take a vote and let's move forward and let's stop discussing it. But we've been discussing this for a year, in my opinion, and we haven't answered that question.
Well, we haven't discussed it, but it typically revolves around a specific event. So that doesn't amount to a policy discussion. That amounts to whether or not you're for the pro bike race or you're for X Games. The real question, and it does beg a policy question, is going forward, are special events going to be part of the economic fabric of this community, whatever they are? And how are we going to pay for it? In future budgets, we might decide to put aside $50, $100, $250,000 to support special events, but we haven't done that. We don't know that we can do that. And I'm not sure that I would know if the community would want to do it. So, because particularly when it comes to the sheriff and those kind of services, we're geared to take care of our population of 15,000 people. When it burgeons to 40,000 or whatever the X Games is, do we actually have the capacity to deal with that kind of population, even over a short period of time? Those are policy questions. And how do we organize the community socially and financially around much larger events than we're used to? And we don't know. George?
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think as we talked about the retreat, at least what I posed the question is, I think this is a larger, broader community discussion that goes outside of this room and this table to have that discussion with the city and with other entities, whether it be the Forest Service or other community organizations and members, just to get a better sense in terms of what the community really is looking for in terms of special events, and where is the where's a point where it's no longer a benefit to perhaps the overall direction and goal of the community, aside from perhaps some select groups, city, ACRA. I mean, we represent a much broader segment, so I think we need to orchestrate a forum with a broader discussion on this before I think we as a board can make a policy decision.
Yeah, Rachel.
Yeah, I agree. We're going to need to put some real work session time into this topic. If you take a look at it, the bike challenge may have brought it to a head at some level, but there's always been a difference in my mind. You have these special events that are just self-contained within the city or within Snowmass, and both X Games and this bike race have extended out into the county and needing county services and county security and a lot of county review. That's not to say there won't or can't be more. I mean, I'm not saying I'm for or against, but it really becomes a bit of a slippery slope of making sure you have enough criteria and enough division that I could see the community of Redstone saying, hey, we're not a town, we're not a municipality, we don't have our own sales tax base, we only contribute to the county, we'd like to hold 3 special events this summer, and can you guys help us with a little bit more? And what a little teeny bit of money could do in a community like that compared to a lot of money concentrated in Aspen that already has some resources, that's a yin and a yang there that we'd have to consider. And I just think that having said, and maybe Jack's familiar from his time in the Snowmass Council and the Aspen City Council of, when Comedy Fest came in and said, we just can't do it anymore if you guys don't give us $100,000. And it was like, well, we can't do it anymore either. So sorry about that. It was a great event, but you don't ever get to see their full books. You just get to see the ask, and you get to hear they will go away if you don't help us out. And so which events are worth supporting, which aren't, how do you do it in a way that maybe gets them up on their feet and they proceed from there, as opposed to something that's going to be a decade-long subsidy every year and a counted-on subsidy, almost as if we're an income partner. But I do agree with the direction that we hit on, at least at the retreat, I thought was, hey, we're not going to become Telluride, we're not going to start trying to find an event every weekend and have hot dog weekend and this weekend and that weekend, but that there probably will be some key anchor events that we will participate in and continue to support for the economic return and benefit to our community. I don't like or support the idea of going out and asking for a special tax district for something like that, because then it really gets unwieldy, and it just, but I think that we regularly make allocations of dollars within our budget, whether it's energy retrofit for our buildings or fleet replacement, that we don't go out every time and say, should you vote for a dedicated tax just for this one purpose? So I think that we can, within a reasonable range, find ways of supporting things that support our economy and go on from there. But a lot of work session work on that.
Yeah, the difficulty, of course, is that we actually don't initiate these things, so the reasonable range is up to somebody else. We're caught in a reactive kind of thing, and how do you decide? I mean, there are really a lot of questions that are completely unanswered. Also, to track the economic benefits.
Yeah.
You get a sense of, well, lodging is up and retail sales are up, and so that's got to be good. Yeah, but there's got to be a tighter criteria to judge at least one event over another. And I don't know what that is. I don't know who has that formula to judge special events just based on economic income to the community. And then you have, and John and I talked about it, then you have more benefits that are less sure than economic benefits. You have TV coverage. And so how do you judge that? And so I don't know how you judge that. You know, ski company that says it's good, but I don't know how good it is. So, Jack?
Yeah, I'm not sure it's great minds think alike, because I wouldn't say that about me or you. On the other hand, I absolutely agree, because I was thinking before you started speaking about there is a need to figure out like a matrix, so a way to input numbers and digest something and get some results across the board, so we can do it for major events. I don't mean, a small events, but like this event, like X Games. John Rigney represented multiple millions coming into this community. But we have no idea, because they use a set of assumptions, and we don't universally. I mean, I've dealt with this on council and on the BOCC. We have no way to judge the impact. If I had information about the cost-benefit of these type of things, I could easily make better decisions instead of only simply back from the concern about precedent and, my sense is, like Michael said, I think lodging was up and retail really was flat, but restaurants, they were, it's pure conjecture. We need an objective standard somehow, and with all the things that we've done as different governments, meaning us three main ones up valley, I can't believe we haven't invented something like that yet. Because every time something comes across our desk like this, I at least am certainly wondering, well, you hear such and such, but what's the facts? What's the assumptions? Where is this coming from? And that I would even invest in some money in having someone create that. Because I wouldn't have any idea how to do the metrics and, all that. We'd need more of an economist to do that. But that's the standard that I need, and I can, as a tool.
Rob and then George.
And to me, like our discretionary fund, you weigh matrix, you make a decision. Obviously, that's a $10,000 fund that we put towards various things on how it helps our community. And I don't think, my personal opinion is I don't think the county should take a tremendously large role in these things. But I think saying we're part of this is a powerful message to the economic viability of the community. And to me, that the message is part of it, to say, we can't do a lot, but we're sure as hell going to try from every angle to do what we can. That's my basis. But I do think we need more work session on it. And I think, like you said, you have an opinion that it's something that needs more work. I think what you've heard here is most of us feel that it needs more work.
I thought it was a good example.
George?
Back to one of Michael's points, the challenge is we're always reacting, and so the question is, will we really have time to have some substantial work session time prior to us having to make a decision whether we're going to contribute or not? Because it's February now, and depending on... So anyway, there's a timing issue there.
We'll have to work that out.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying about being, I want a vibrant, happy community as part of our strategic plan. But if we're actually asked to participate, and those administrative costs, the sheriff's costs, are substantial. So do we have a formula for saying, well, the tax collection on that weekend went up a certain amount of money? We're going to sequester that tax collection and give a portion of it, or more than a portion of it, to the sheriff's department. Do we have that kind of, can we do that? That's what the rest of the community is asking us to do. And do we make a profit on it? Is there a profit for the county? Or are we, well, but no, the problem is, if we're spending $40,000 on the sheriff's participation in a special event, because that's really what we're asked to do, and our tax goes up $30,000, we're left with a $10,000 expense. Or it's a wash. I mean, I don't know. What would you do in business? You'd have to have a profit margin that afforded you the ability to have that special.
But you also have to weigh, as you said, with X Games, you have to weigh the intangibles. How many people see this on TV and come a different time, and we didn't calculate those sales tax dollars that increase.
Yeah, but I don't know how to do that.
How many dollars circulate through our economy 3 or 4 times through creating 20, 30 jobs or whatever number of jobs that weekend, so that they're not on food stamps.
I think we're starting to have a work session already.
I agree.
But we will have
Tomorrow, during open discussion, just to give you a heads up, I forwarded an email to you all through Rachel on the Clean Water Act, and so there was a letter attached to that, and tomorrow, just want to go over that letter. You should all have a copy of it, just to give you a heads up in case you haven't reviewed that yet.
It's pretty, it's from the Conservation Leaders Network, and as you know, the Clean Water Act still hasn't been resolved, so it's not advocating one bill or another bill or specific parts of the bill. I found it to be fairly broad in just supporting clean water, and, if we don't need to take up time tomorrow, if others have already looked at it, and we could send it. They asked, would you like to send it as a board or as me as an individual, and I wanted to check in with everyone else first. So I see Jeff giving me hand signs. He'd like to support it as a board. Have others looked at it?
I'm sorry, I haven't seen it.
Okay. So we can finalize that discussion tomorrow. Okay.
That's all I have for you today.
I forget, but there's another deadline for recommendations or support for the PACE program that's coming up. I thought it was this month.
I forwarded that email.
Trying to move that program forward. And we've already done quite a bit of work, and letters have been sent out to our congressional delegation a few years back when we were working on this. So we may just have to have ComDev sort of see what they have sent in the past and see what is being asked for. But I think we should get a letter out.
Okay, yeah. And
I think I still have it. It came from Senator Bennett's office originally, but unless I'm wrong, it's not like he's asking for letters of support, that a hearing has been opened up on how to get PACE programs moving again. And I did send it to Gunnison County Commissioners and Eagle County Commissioners, and then a few, energy-interested individuals who worked on this in the past in our community, like Auden Schindler with the ski company. But I haven't heard anybody send me any letters back. And I do think that it's really opportune for us to take a little bit of a leadership role and not just get our own letter out, but to, solicit a little bit of other people, you really need to get some letters going. This really gets to putting construction industry back to work. We talked about during the retreat, but we need to kind of see what those deadlines are, not so we make the deadline, but so that we get a few other people pushed across that deadline too.
Yeah, maybe give Cor a call, Nathan, and
see if they could take a leadership role getting,
But I thought the timing was this month.
I think it's this month as well.
Yeah.
Okay, and we can bring that back tomorrow too, because you're right, and that should have been in my folder.
I'm assuming we have a little bit of a light agenda, which is why so many things are coming on tomorrow, but I will be driving to Denver tomorrow night too, so I'm hoping we don't go super late with extra things we don't get to, just so everyone knows.
Well, you're not committed to stay. If you have to leave, you can leave.
Yeah.
Don't commit us. We'll deal with the business, and you can leave.
Oh, no, I was just trying to say if there's anything we can settle today and not kick to tomorrow, that's fine.
Yeah, we did say as our operating rules, though, that we really meetings are priority, so, and that's exactly what you're saying, trying to be sensitive to both.
That's
'Cause that is a long ride, no matter when we...
be nice and clear, though, that's a good thing.
But I don't have any other open discussion items.
Any other, Rob?
Today is February 7th, and democracy is afoot. Today is the Republican caucus for Colorado. At 6 o'clock tonight, there is the starting of the meeting place at the high school for Pitkin County. All are welcome for the 6 o'clock hour. At 7 o'clock, it'll be a registered Republican caucus vote for the presidential nominee. It is a non-binding caucus, and there is more information on cologop.org if people are interested. So it's great that we live in a democracy, and this is part of it.
Yeah, was that a paid political advertisement, or?
It was an unpaid.
No, it's a public announcement that Republicans can vote in our caucus tonight.
Oh, I thought we were having a discussion. No, I'm being facetious.
Is there a follow-up to that, then? I know the Dems do theirs coming up.
The Dems is March 6th, I think,
Yeah.
which is
And
a
then
separate...
precinct and then caucuses, and do you have just caucuses?
We do precincts, and it will be a non-binding tallied vote that will be aired on CNN tonight, I'm sure.
Yeah, okay.
Any other comments? Open discussion? So, Rachel, no?
Well, if we're going into board reports now, and it looks like we'll have time before, I mean, I could either do it under open discussion or board report, so I just had something I brought back from the 1177. Michael, your pleasure.
Well, it sounds like a board report, doesn't it? So,
That's wrong.
board reports?
Should I start it in the list here? Northwest COG? Northwest COG is working on their executive director search. We have 5 applications in so far. We've got another week before the final applications are due. If anybody is interested in seeing those applications, I'm happy to forward them on to any and all people. I haven't gone through them yet, to tell you the truth. But that's really all I have to report for Northwest COG official action. They also came here and met with John and I and some other people, and I think it was a really productive meeting, learning about some of the services they provide that we can take advantage of. One that I wasn't even aware of, which is that they will go out and do demographic research for us at their dollar. So, and I think we're going to take advantage of that one in the future. So.
Do we still get the, excuse me, George, do we still get the $3,000
Member services?
Member services.
offset?
Yeah. That's part of that same department. But what they do is they, if someone's doing a study, so let's say someone in Grand County is doing a study on how many trees are in every county in Colorado. They will do that study for Grand County, but then they'll share it with the whole COG. So, and there's a database of these past surveys that they might have stuff that they could build on and all of these things. That's kind of the way I understood it, that they really have the web to tap into a lot of other people's studies that can get us information quickly and efficiently.
Yes, George.
Well, 5 applicants doesn't sound like very much for such a regional position. I'm just curious if you know how many had applied the last go-around, and are you thinking about extending the deadline if you don't feel like you have enough qualified applicants? I'm not surprised there's only 5 that have applied.
So this was 5 applicants that were received, I think, by last week, mid-last week. It just started on the 26th, and the deadline is the 15th. So we just announced this on the 26th, which was, a week and 3 days ago.
Oh, okay.
So it's just been announced publicly, and in the first week, we got 5 applicants in. There are probably more in the email inbox today, and probably the majority of them, my guess, will come in between the 10th and the 15th, because people want to make sure they cross their T's and dot their I's.
Good.
So,
You know, I just saw this email this morning, and I haven't memorized it, but it is Northwest COG. I don't know if they sent it to us all individually. It was only, titled Rachel Richards, but it said that there's some sort of follow-up meeting that's happening on the governor's blueprint. It is what it sounded like to me, that COG was hosting a meeting. When I just saw it, I saw it was a Tuesday, looked like it was conflicting with our meeting schedule. And so, I don't know, Rob, if you want to coordinate and find out what that is, and if it's enough that you feel we should either have staff attend or anything like that. I really don't know what the magnitude of it, but I think it was a follow-through. I just saw that this morning at 10.
Thank you.
Michael, a quick comment on that. Rob, as that type of thing evolves and something that county staff, commissioners, all of us have been involved with, they ought to be a little sensitive about our meeting day. We don't have that many counties in COG. But this might be something where several of us might want to go to, touch base, because it's even the next step from brainstorming. So just, a sensitivity to...
I'll reflect that back to them,
So,
Ruhr Reserve Region, I don't have anything to...
Core, interestingly enough, you may have noticed or seen that Nathan has rendered his resignation. He's gone back to grad school, so it's great for him. And we've, also have started a exec search process. I'm on the subcommittee for that. Application period ends on February 17th, and we hope to have a new director starting by April 9th.
Very good.
QQ?
QQ had its presentation of the importance and relationship of water with headwater communities at the Water Congress. I think that was well received. You may have seen Scott Condon did kind of a little follow-up story about that report in the papers yesterday. I think it was today. I just see him on the email. I don't really pick up the papers. So that's good that it's getting a little discussion out there. Other than that, they're not meeting until March 31st. If anybody else would like to attend, it's going to be Wednesday, March 21st. So that's all that's going on. Haven't heard of too many new bills or anything like that coming in. There was hopefully going to be queued up a conservation measure on replacement toilet capacity, high-efficiency toilets. But I think there seems to be some hold-up. Denver Water was trying to get that bill in. It's not going to go anywhere this time. And that's about it for QQ.
Michael?
Yes, Jack.
I'd like to thank and compliment Shanna for the job she does. I mean, I assume everyone gets those emails from her, and it's really a very professional approach to this water challenge statewide and with QQ, et cetera, identifying bills and, we think this. So, compliment. I already emailed her a quick, thanks too, but I think she does a fine job there.
They do. CCI, Jack, you want to take that one?
Well, we have our steering committees, all 8 committees, this Thursday, Friday. Typically, we have the business exemption tax running again for the umpteenth year in a row. The Republicans would like to eliminate that for, say, a business incentive, et cetera. That takes major dollars away from county budgets, as well as, I guess, state budget too, but it's really highly impactful. There were some bills that are toying around with faster and the registration fee, et cetera, and we certainly didn't support that. It's already been amended and pretty fair now, I think. for vehicle, farm equipment, et cetera. So that's not on the board. And I think it's a pretty quiet session as far as our first meeting. We'll see, when we prepare and go to this meeting, see what's up.
There's two other small ones I'd like to add, and this is maybe more because I'm going to need some support or understanding from Nan of what's going on. But within the public health arena, there continues to be some friction between some CCI board members and the Colorado Health Services Directors Association. And some commissioners seem to think that these professionals should not be weighing in or giving any sort of direction, yet they are their own association. And in examples of small counties like ours, we have appointed Nan to be able to vote for us if we're not there, and we consider associations' recommendations valid, even if they, quote, disagree with some commissioners. And so I'm not sure how that's going to play out this week at CCI. And then secondly, there seemed to be a new set of recommendations coming from the Child Welfare Allocation Committee that move in a different direction than we all thought they were moving in, which was to be able to use some of the dollars preventatively and proactively to keep a family together, as opposed to only being able to use the dollars after the fact. And it's an independent committee, but there are some commissioner appointees like Barbara Kirkmeyer and others, and I don't know that they're, quote, looking for county support in the direction in which they're trying to take that, even though they're kind of appointed as at some level county rep. They're not a CCI appointment, but they represent counties. And so, if Nan can give us or email us any talking points or how she feels about those two issues before I get down there, or I can pick them up Thursday by email or something, but that would be really helpful.
Just to touch base on the director issue, I think they are obviously a hugely important resource, and the knowledge goes beyond most commissioners. I'm speaking of me especially. And it's just all according to how counties play it. Some have proxies. We have, our two reps. But it's up to the commissioners. If they have a problem, then you show up in person instead of your proxy.
Yeah.
But it's an important group, and we supported even the formation of that group last year, I believe it was, as a board.
Club 20, and then there are meetings this week, Thursday and Friday for CCI. Jack and I will both be there. Club 20 are having subcommittee meetings, actually Thursday this week, which I'm not going to go to, Thursday and Friday, and then also Wednesday the 22nd and the 23rd. And I will go to those, I think, on the 23rd because it's the public lands. And so that's the one, and energy and natural resources that I'll be able to attend. Other than that, they did have their legislative day down in Denver at the end of January. I attended that. It is, always informative. You always hear a few different new programs. A lot is focused on the coming together of the Parks and Wildlife, Parks and Division of Wildlife. And that sort of issue kind of continued, feedback and pushback. I think is clear that you're hearing from the state that, hey, we really don't want all these counties making all these different fracking rules. How are we going to run a business in the state if different counties have different fracking rules? That seemed to be pretty much the main emphasis, and that's about that. The Colorado River Basin Roundtable, that was a little more exciting one. That was yesterday down in Glenwood. Two things. I've asked Jim Pocrant, who's the River District employee who staffs and acts as our chairperson. He told me the other day that we need to get a new appointment for municipal water operators from Pickens County. And I've asked him to send me more background on that, so I don't know does our county appoint, or do we solicit from, say, Basalt, Snowmass, and Aspen, and ask who would like to fill Overrinder with the city used to do that, and then, he had been ill and is no longer in that position, so there's no one there doing it yet. But I myself don't know formally the process, so once I get information from Jim Procran, I'll forward it on to you. But the other thing that's kind of advancing through the state is wanting to move beyond studies of needs of basins for non-consumptive and onto what they're calling some shovel-ready projects for non-consumptive improvements. And the Colorado Water Conservation Board is going to consider those for funding at their September meeting, and they have to be received 60 days prior to that. And so this is just a draft of a criteria we're developing as part of our basin to evaluate those proposals so that we can forward 3 to 5 that we think are the best from our basin. Particularly, I just want to make sure we got this to the Healthy Rivers and Stream Board and to John Ely and that office to see, we have the watershed plan. Are there projects that rise to the top that we should try to solicit some funding for? And if so, what would the local match be? And are we prepared to do that? I do not know if the Coal Creek Basin project fits the criteria of being, quote, shovel-ready. But we saw some interesting proposals for other basin account dollars yesterday. One was for an irrigation study of are there ways to do more drip line irrigation with alfalfa so that you have less water consumed, but there's a lot of complications to that. One was a river restoration project in the mining and dredging areas of Summit County, and then a third really very ambitious one was some water quality studies of the actual Colorado River coming out of the Eagle River watershed. But I guess it really struck me that perhaps Pickens County is not being as assertive as it could be about the wider 1177 basin grant funds that are available, and this, which is of a more specific criteria for non-consumptive needs. But I think they want to see the various basins get away from just continuing to talk about non-consumptive needs or studies of non-consumptive needs and actually start doing things to improve water quality in riparian areas. And although water quality is a byproduct of the restoration, it's not the prime focus, so it's not money to upgrade wastewater facilities or anything like that. And the other thing is that there is the larger all basins meeting in Broomfield on March 1st. And at that time, each of the basins will be presenting some of what you would call their portfolio tool assessments, what they've come up with as plans to solve the 500,000 acre-foot gap in the state's planning. And we have modified ours from the Colorado Basin portfolio to say we should take conservation up to its highest, that the goal should be future growth being in this high conservation level, because the more you conserve, the less you have to take out of a stream or river, or the less ag buy-up and dry-up seems to happen. But that continues to shape up. And that's about all from those groups.
Are you finished?
Yes, thank you.
Ruapa, nothing much. They have a retreat coming up this Thursday, and I think that's the first retreat. Well, this is the first retreat I can remember, so we'll see what comes out of that. Accra, we had somebody do a presentation at Accra. I can't remember who that was. Oh, it was John.
This is self-deprecating.
Yeah, okay. I was going to say, I've never heard him speak to somebody else before.
John did a presentation on county goals and county strategic plan. It was very well received. RAFTA is still working very hard on their BRT. That's been the main emphasis. We have a meeting coming up this Thursday. And that's it.
Proceeding with the condemnation, the friendly, hopefully, condemnations.
Yeah, they're always friendly. They're, from the RAFTA side. Depends on if your land is being condemned, whether you think it's friendly or not. So they've proceeded on that. They're doing
I've
fine.
only had one, I only know one report from BOCC where that was moving forward.
It's all moving. All their condemnations for their BRT project are moving forward.
George, what's the snow report?
Nordic Council, the Nordic Council is actually, has a new website that's, even though you can access Nordic Council information on the Aspen County website, this website I think is going to be a little more interactive, and it's going to allow, I think, better updates on status of blooming, better mapping, a little more interactive. And I can't quite remember the name of the website. I think it's aspennordic.com or .org, but that should be up and running now, I think. So I think if you just Google Aspen Nordic, you probably come up and find this website.
I'm trying to find it right now.
So I think that's pretty exciting, actually. The Intermountain TPR process, we met about a week ago or so, and we were able to garner another $500,000 for the Aspen Airport pedestrian bypass. The question we have, and Brian's going to follow up on this, is when those dollars have to be used. We're not sure if it's 2013 or 2014. My feeling it's 2013, and we solicited those dollars. I solicited those dollars and lobbied for it under the understanding that by 2013 that project would be ready to go. And so we'll see. We have another $1.5 million that is sitting ready for us to use on that project, but that won't come available, I think, until about 2015 or 16. And we're going to have a meeting with Eagle County, or Town of Eagle, and they have a project ready to go in 3 phases over a series of years, and we're going to see whether we can swap in a year or so with them. So right now, the good news is we have about $2 million that we've gotten for this project, and I think it will be a point of discussion with EOTC if we can get this project off and running, and perhaps we could borrow money and then be able to pay that back, knowing that we've got $1.5 million allocated to us in the next few years. So that's pretty exciting. RAPTA is also going to be piggybacking off of this on a Tiger grant to see whether they can actually come up with some matching dollars, use these $2 million as a local matching fund for the Tiger grant for, I'm hoping, at least $1.5 million or $2 million. And if they were to get that, then we would have the whole project covered. So that's pretty exciting, actually.
Is that it for board reports?
That's it.
Any open discussion? Anybody thought of anything? Rachel?
Yeah, there is one thing, and I know we're all aware of it, you've seen letters and some newspaper stories and stuff, but I just don't know that we have discussed it, or there's anything to discuss, or talk to Brian. But after the accident on New Year's Eve, the question of should there be more lighting on Highway 82 near the bus lanes has come up. And again, we just haven't discussed it as a board. I've read Dan Blankenship weighing in. I've read other people talking about it in the papers. I understand there's a number of concerns, but should we broach that subject? Should we talk to CDOT about it? Should we hear what the concerns are? I just don't know where to take it as an issue.
I know we got a letter, there was a letter back to us, or responding on that request from Dave Eller from CDOT, and sort of expressing some of his concerns or issues in terms of lighting, and of course that would have to probably be a CDOT project.
Yeah. because I know there's two sides. Sometimes you can add more lighting and you attract people to a place where they shouldn't be, by default, but is there additional even signage? I just don't know where we're going with those safety concerns, so I just thought I'd bring it up.
Yeah, I responded to Dave Ellers with feedback just from myself as an individual commissioner, because we hadn't even discussed that, so.
Yeah, I don't think anybody knows what happened. So it's premature what happened, what the circumstances that led up to the tragedy. So I think it's premature to offer solutions to an event that you're not sure what happened, what led to it. And so I think we have to wait and see until the investigation is finished, at the very least, before you decide on what the solution is.
I'm satisfied with that. I just wanted to see if we had it somewhere pending for a future discussion or a debrief of what happened as it becomes known.
And at this point, we don't have anything scheduled for that, but certainly something that, possibly, if the board agrees with, where Michael's at, we could debrief once there's, some more information about the circumstances surrounding the event.
Okay.
Is there any projected timeline, Michael?
None that I know of. I think they're gathering evidence and consulting with all the proper agencies. Our meeting with the City of Aspen's at 4 o'clock. That leaves us about 20 minutes to get over there, which should be sufficient. So I suggest we adjourn. Good suggestion.